a world nearly destroyed by a cataclysm, saved by the actions of heroes long gone, a world that has survived, recovered, and even thrived. This is the world of Tyr. Here, the descendants of those heroes and the other survivors of the cataclysm have built great nations, the 8 pillars that support the world. Nearly 1,500 years after the cataclysm, the world is one of relative calm. However, beneath this veneer of peace, great forces move. With every shift and shudder, they threaten to disrupt the delicate balance that keeps the pillars standing. Now, across the world, knowingly or not, people must become heroes, or the pillars will fall and Tyr will be no more. Join us as we follow some of those heroes and see their struggles to keep their world from destruction. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tyr, the Library of Souls. My name is Galway Trainer, and I am one of the founders of Helpful Goat Gaming, a small independent game design and game content creation community. I'm also double checking to see if we have someone. Yes. Oh, all right. Sorry, we need to read Chelsea's. She can hear us and see us. For the Tyr, for the clutch. Either way, I love it so much. I can't wait to explore this library of souls. Don't forget to invoke Andrew in all of your roles. So many amazing faces here on this stream. I hold you all in the highest esteem. Thank you, Helpful Goat, for all that you do. Galway Soulmaster, I can see and hear you. Wait, I probably shouldn't yell. We are in a library, after all. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
It's beautiful.
Yes, we are Helpful Goat. I'm Galway Trainer, and tonight we are doing a one-shot of Tyr, or set in the world of Tyr, the Library of Souls, and I am joined by, at the moment, the playing cast of Spire, who will be playing this adventure tonight. Elise, who GM Spire, is also maybe...
There she is!
Yep,
Hey.
okay, there we go. Going to join us. Internet issues are a thing. It apparently has, like, Halloween has decided that our one-shots must die, painfully. So playing the role of Laurent tonight will be Elise. Laurent's internet and equipment just died repeatedly yesterday on the one-shot last night.
Yeah. He just did his phone holding it up on his data. So
hello. Oh, okay.
We can't hear you. Oh, now we can.
I got there.
There we go. We're good.
Hi. Sorry,
we haven't
might
even
happen
gotten to
again.
an intro, so you're good.
Cool.
We were just referencing that we weren't sure whether or not you were going to be playing. So yeah, tonight we'll be doing a one-shot of D&D 5e set in Tyr. Hopefully it will be a good time for everybody. A couple of quick things. One, if you would like to participate more in our community, you can use exclamation point Discord in the Twitch chat. Get a link to join the Discord. We do a lot of events there. I think we're planning some just sort of internal Halloween programming, hangout, maybe some game streaming, readings, stuff like that. So that should be great. And you can also check us out, of course, here on Twitch, twitch.tv/HelpfulGoat. You can also check out our YouTube archives where we have all the stuff we've been doing. And as for programming coming up tomorrow evening, we will have an episode of our long-running homebrew campaign, Goats and Dragons, The Fates of Rin. We're currently level 13, on the way to level 20, if Andy doesn't kill us all first. And Rachel is guest starring in that as Clem, the very, very plucky gnome? Yes, not halfling. Right, because you're taller than Burbage, and that's the whole thing.
And you can't trust halflings because they steal everything.
Yeah. The gnome merchant, Clem, who has pluckily been battling alongside us despite the fact that she is half our level. It was scary. Oh.
I leveled up to 7.
Monty just asked if we could turn down the background music a little bit.
That's why I just paused. I don't.
Also, hi, Monty. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday yesterday.
I'm not showing
Birthday
any
month
audio
today.
going out except us talking. And
It's
me
Halloween audio.
talking.
Huh.
Spooky.
That's weird.
Monty says it's on their end.
I was like,
Oh.
I realized, okay, so sorry, this was really funny, and the reason that I looked quite so stricken was I'd realized a second before I got started on this, unlike normal, I didn't grab any background audio tracks for the game. Like, there are no background audio tracks in Roll20, and I'm like, wait, shit, did I somehow accidentally grab something and like turn it on really loud? And no one else is meant. What the hell? But yes, anyway, in order to not take too much time with all of this, I will be DMing tonight a one-shot in the World of Tyr, and I will be joined by now the full cast of Spire. And I will let them go around and introduce themselves. If you could just introduce your pronouns and your character's pronouns, name, race, and class, that would be great. We can start with you, Andrew. You're above me.
Yes, my name is Andrew, in fact. I use he, him, his, and I will be playing Arthur Fentail, the human wizard, who also will be using he, him, his.
Hello, everyone. You may know me from Spire. My name is Ava. I go by she, her pronouns. My character this time will be Bleg. Bleg Keen. You can call her Egg while you're in character, but outside of character, she must be called Bleg. It's her name. And she is a rogue of the Inquisitive subclass and uses she, her pronouns. Rachel.
Hi. It's me, Rachel. You may know me from other things in Helpful Goat that I do.
Like last night. Cirque du
Like
Soleil.
last night, and like tomorrow, and like, yeah. I'm sorry. I could be more specific. I did one shot Cirque du So Scary last night, and I'll be Clem in Fates of Rin tomorrow, and Inspire, and in Nero in the other tier. Anyway, my pronouns are she, her, and I will be playing Penelope Pearblossom, and she is a paladin of the Convocation Arcanum, and her pronouns are she, her as well. Oh,
Hello.
Elise.
It's me.
Hey, I was right.
I'm here for now. Don't hold your breath that the internet will hold out because it's already died twice tonight. Andrew, that's how you die. Hello, my name is Elise. My pronouns are she, her, hers. My character is the elf barbarian Meek Lothrana, who also uses she, her pronouns.
Woohoo!
Sam, it's
Hi,
you.
everyone. I'm Sam, and I am tonight playing the half-orc cleric of Ogma, Grehio Ekrox, and he's pretty cool. Excited to play him tonight. And last and absolutely not least, we have Tyler.
I could be least. We're not sure yet. Hi, I'm Tyler. I he, him, his, and I'll be playing the sound of a page turning. I wish my mic could pick that up. I am playing a Kenku. Pronouns also he, him, his. And in case you're wondering why his name is the sound of a page turning, he cannot speak. Normally, he has to use mimicry to communicate with other people. So anything that he hears.
Please estimate the page turning sound vocally.
Yeah, so like how are we supposed to say
Refer to you.
Yeah, he's going to you've spoiled it. He has a hello
sorry.
name is parchment on his coat. And it's just gonna say, my name is Page Turner. You can call me Page Turner.
I just wanted to hear you make the noise of a page turning. It was really what I wanted. But
I didn't mention it. I am a tiefling. Sorry. I got carried away with Bleg. It's just too much fun to say.
That's a very important part of everything. Bleg. Leaning into that. Critical. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. So yeah, I think we will in my mind, I've been going through, the way we normally start tier, and I'm like, oh, and now we recap. There's nothing to recap. There's nothing to recap. We're doing this. Okay, cool. We're fine. I'm fine. I'm on top of it. So, to set the scene, the year is 1578 AC, and the place is Gold Harbor, the capital of the Kingdom of Rourke. The world of Tyr has been relatively calm, at least since the establishment of the theocracy of Dragonrest, which brought a civil war to a close. However, in recent days, Gold Harbor has been shaken by strange rumors arriving from the library at the Temple of All Souls. Citizens of the capital have reported strange lights flickering at all hours from the windows of the library. Strange noises have been heard, and some passerby have felt odd tremors in the ground as they walk by. Whispers have begun to circulate that people have even gone missing, their voices whispering amidst the strange noises. After several weeks of this, the forces of the capital have begun to stir, with groups of all interests turning their attentions to the temple. Some seek profit, some information, some the safety and well-being of the populace. But all have been drawn to this place of power, this library of souls. Just trying to get stream to be able to actually see things. Oh, I also realized as I see the cards on there, I should mention one of the consent and gaming tools that we're going to be using is the consent or the support flower, which is just a tool to let players communicate non-verbally if something is going well, if something maybe needs to get slowed down, or if something needs to stop entirely. This was developed by... I had looked this up, and then it was gone. Sorry, clearly I was entirely ready for stream today. Taylor Stokes. There we go. Yeah, so you all have come here, but you start shaking your head, dazed. Your hands grasp for something. What? You can't be sure. Your weapons? An item? Another's hand? It's all vague, blurry. Blinking slowly and heavily, you turn your head to see your surroundings. Each of you is propped up, your backs resting against the shelves of a room in the library. From the sounds of movement and groans, you can tell that there are several others around you, and slowly you scan your eyes around. 5 others, making 6 with you. And following the order of introductions, can you maybe describe what people see when they see you? So, Andrew, what do they see when they see you?
You see a human, about 5'9", 5'10", pretty pale skin, longer hair that's very, very light blonde, very skinny, thin physique, leaning up against that bookshelf.
And you're up here on the north wall.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I made tokens. Ava, I left. Same. Ava, what do they see when they see... Okay, well, I'm not in-game, so do I have to go with Bleg?
I don't know. You're the DM, so
what do they see
okay.
when they see Bleg?
When you look at Bleg, what you see is a tiefling with orange gold skin that kind of turns purple towards the extremities. She's wearing a vest, hopefully those exist in this world, with like a pencil skirt and some tights. Classic office attire. Flats, because obviously if you're going into a dungeon, you don't want heels. And kind of packs and pouches and a notebook that hangs at her side. There's also a set of arrows on the other side and a bow, which is unceremoniously strapped to her back. She has no glasses on, but a very serious and confused look on her face.
Very good. Rachel?
Penelope has, I guess, so she's a half elf. She's about a little over 6 feet tall. Kind of imagine like a Laura Dern from Jurassic Park here. She's got like that messy kind of bun up, and while she's not wearing like khaki shorts and a coral tank top, she has chainmail on, but there's like a blouse buttoned over it, and kind of just like slacks that you could wear in the field, but also could wear somewhere nice where you're, researching things. And she's got a pen tucked behind her ear, and kind of like a little bit of an ink smudge on her face. And she's got on one hip a battle axe and on the other hip a flail.
Okay, you see Meek. She is a tall elf. She has long hair that is, prematurely starting to gray. She doesn't want to talk about it. And she's probably the chunkiest elf you've ever seen, which, given that elves tend to be rather slender, just means she's fucking built. Has nice love handles, and she has just all the weapons strapped with a shield, like so many axes, javelins, all the things just sticking out behind the shield. And that's really the most notable thing. Her hair or not her hair, her skin is kind of almost a greenish tint to its kind of brown. And as soon as she kind of gathers her bearings, she's going to kind of like shove at the bookshelves. If these bookshelves are small enough, she will attempt to climb it until she lays eyes on Egg, or should I say Bleg, and then she will immediately calm down and stop climbing and making a ruckus. And make her way towards Egg and just kind of look Egg over and make sure that she's okay.
Are we like tied to the bookshelves?
No, you're just sort of slumped backwards against him.
Like we've been disoriented or something, yeah.
Yeah.
What do we remember? Oh, sorry. We're still introducing people. I'll be quiet. Yep.
I was like, oh, I guess I don't get to.
They asked questions, so then I had questions.
So Gregio is your like average height for a half orc, so they're like 6 foot, 6'1", and he is, he's not as bulky as a lot of his other kin might be, but he does cut quite the striking features for a half orc. Very strong jawed, mustachioed, big kind of ponytail of black hair, gray skin. But his clothing is not that which you might normally think of for a half orc. Instead of, the more rudimentary garb, he has like dress clothes on. And beneath his like button-down shirt, he does have a little bit of chainmail. Old habits die hard, I suppose. And similarly, he does also have a warhammer strapped against his backpack, which is just full to the brim of preservatives, embalming fluids, all those good things. Yeah, yes, that's Gregio.
What do people see when they look at Paige or Turner?
Yeah, so Paige has got, the typical Raven-esque features of a Kenku, but he's got blotches of white in his feathers, maybe from an experiment gone horribly wrong or right, depending on who's asking. He's got just belts and belts of potions, both empty and full of various liquids and some living things in there. And he's got a little like knapsack that he has slung over his shoulder. And I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, and he's got it looks like armor, but he maybe watched a blacksmith for maybe a week or two and then tried to make his own. And it looks like shit. It's serviceable, but that's about it.
Very good. Thank you, everybody, for that. Meek, the bookcases, you're in the middle. Everyone can also make sure that they can grab their tokens, know which one they are. You can move those around, and you should have control of those. Yeah, Meek, the bookcases that you're by are only about like 6 foot tall ones. So yes, you can be scaling those, ignoring the fact that you're only like 5 feet from the edge of being able to turn the corner on one of them.
That's not the important
You'll
thing
grapple
here.
your way up and just like immediately see Egg, who's probably like dusting herself off slightly, trying to figure out where the hell she is. And then you can calm down. And yeah, what would everybody like to be doing?
What do we have in our heads? What do we remember? Do we have any recollection of why we're here? What happened? Anything like that? Or like, I guess maybe my question is, what's the last thing I remember before suddenly?
Sure. So you're sort of like shaking out the cobwebs, and then you try to think back, and you're like, okay, I'm in a room and I've fallen over. What happened? And there's trying to think about it. How did you get here? What was happening? And you sort of go to one knee, your head just on fire with pain. It doesn't seem like you're going to be able to recall something, and so you're like, okay. Further back, you remember receiving orders at headquarters to come here. You remember getting detailed sort of with a unit of a couple of other members of the convocation. You remember going to the library, kind of chatting about what could be going on, and then you start feeling the edges of pain in your head again. Or sort of like, yep, okay, backing off.
And all of us remember this?
You all have different memories preceding it. You, Grehio, would remember essentially just going to work for the day. You recall thinking about, oh, well, these are the bodies that I need to prepare for embalming. This is sort of what I have up. Arthur, you had a meeting coming with a family of someone who was going to be buried. And so you were going to be handling some of those arrangements, and you don't remember. I will also say both of you, perhaps more notably than anyone else, you both have never seen this room.
But we know that we're somewhere within the temple.
It feels like you're inside the library still. The bookcases are the same style that are throughout the library, etc. But you've never seen this room in particular, and that's a little bit weird. Yeah.
Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Okay. Bleg will pull out her notebook and immediately begin jotting down. I have the keen mind feat, so I can always know which way is north and what's the number of hours left before the next sunrise or sunset. And I can accurately recall anything I've seen or heard within the past month, which I assume is blocked by magic, so maybe not this time, but
so
I will try and like jot down everything that I know.
I see you, like I'm still like peering at you from over the bookshelf. Miss Egg, Miss Egg, are you all right, Miss Egg?
Yes, I'm quite all right. Let me come over there.
Okay, I'll drop down.
And I'll like head in my like nose in the like my notebook, thinking I'll like.
By the way, just totally noise inappropriate for libraries, like shouting, even for like 15 feet, right? Like this was like completely noise inappropriate.
Yeah, no. Yes. Penelope winces when you do it. Just absolutely like.
Are you're the 2 axes, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
so many more than 2.
Grehio just sighs and like double face palms.
Did Meek climbing on that bookshelf make a mess?
Sort of when Meek let go, she nudged a bunch of books, like you heard thump 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 of sort of a couple of books falling off the shelf.
Arthur is going to slowly walk over there and just start putting them back wherever they go. Do they look like any books I'm familiar with?
Yeah, so as you're looking through those, they look like mostly the sort of log books of deaths that the temple records. These ones appear to be pretty recent. They're within like the last decade.
Okay.
Can I
Nothing
s-
amazingly. Sorry.
Can I see if there's any interesting books? I would also be doing a similar thing where I would look around and see if there. I mean, I'm startled by the fact that we're in a room of the library that I don't recognize, but I'm also excited to be in a room of the library that I don't recognize, and just want to look around and see if there's any books that seem interesting or relevant to me and my interests.
Sure, you the ones you're in are bigger tomes, like they're almost 2 feet tall, and sort of you very carefully pull one out because you're familiar with the library and handling books, and you sort of open it. And again, it's one of these ledgers of deaths, but this one is much older. It's several centuries old. But that appears to be all it is. You're sort of turning the pages slowly, and it's, so and so died at this date, cause, any instructions, extension.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and make a perception check to see kind of like just the general layout of the room, anything that would like be unordinary for just like a standard library?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check. And also, vis-a-vis your keen mind feat, you're pretty sure that up on this map is north.
Okay.
At least it feels that way to you. Your sense of time is a little bit thrown off because you are unconscious and you're not really sure how long for, but your overall sense is that it doesn't feel like a lot of time has passed since you got to the library, and that was in the morning.
Okay.
So probably no later than noon. And sure, you remember everything that you saw or heard within the last month, except for this weird blackout period.
Yeah.
We can determine what you've seen and heard in the last month. 6 on perception. So with 6 on perception, the room is lit by torches and candles. Most of the bookcases have these very large tomes on them. The bookcases around the edges go almost like a floor and a half tall, like 15 feet. The ones in the middle are normally about the 6 feet tall. There are a bunch of desks around the rooms, around the edges of the room. You kind of noticed as you were walking by, there appears to be a chest in the southeastern corner, which is all pretty evident, and most people, I would also say, could have this as they're looking around. You notice there are no windows, which is a little bit unusual, but maybe it's just an interior room. There are 4 doors, one set in the middle of each wall at the cardinal directions. And in the middle of the room, what you've been walking towards is there's a stone circle with 4 indentations on it, and like large, sort of about that big around, sort of circular indentations. And that's what you notice with the 6.
Okay.
Do we know each other than like the 2 of them and the 2 people that work here? Do I know anybody here?
So as you're looking at this, you do, and you've probably been the one most straining your memory, trying to remember. You remember seeing Arthur because you were looking for someone to talk to about what was going on in the library, and he was coming up and seemed to be doing something else, but you knew, oh, this is one of the tenders of the temple. He probably knows something. And you can kind of remember that. You remember seeing the rather slender, well-dressed tiefling woman being followed by the very heavily armed elf as well. That sort of is like, yeah, I think I remember seeing them. You do not remember seeing the Kenku before.
Okay. Which token is Andrew's token? Okay, I feel like I would make a beeline toward Arthur, and I would just be like, excuse me, sir, I believe you work here. Can you tell me?
There's no need to raise your voice now.
You're right. I'm sorry. We are in a library. I should
Thank
be
you,
more
I
careful.
appreciate it.
It's hard sometimes to give the right amount of respect when it's been startled like this, but the books deserve our respect. Where are we? What's happened? Why are we here? You work here.
Well, as much as I do work here, I'm afraid I have the exact same questions as you do. I really wish that I could tell you anything more, but maybe we can ask the rest of these people here if they know anything else.
Bleg will pull her face out of her notebook and be like, it seems that we have been taken into the mystery that at least I was sent to investigate. I assume all of you have heard of it as well. Please be silent for a moment. There's no point in asking questions that nobody has the answer to. This is Meek.
As a librarian, I have to disagree with that statement, but continue.
This is Meek. Meek will kill anyone who tries to harm us. So don't worry, we're in good hands.
I've seen a lot of things that could take out a woman of her stature with some magic beyond what you know, so I wouldn't necessarily just assume
I
that
don't
this
Magic beyond what I know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what. Okay.
Could you please keep your voice down?
I don't understand why we're whispering. Can someone explain that? What?
I have to be
whispering?
Meek, don't worry.
There's no need to raise
Their opinions are beneath us.
God damn it, Tyler.
Now then, would everybody like to gather around and look around and see if we can see anything that is useful? And
Well,
can
how
I make-
about I
will
yes.
immediately start looking around as soon as
not
Miss
you,
Egg
Meek.
says that. No, it's
Oh.
I'm doing it.
And I would want to cast a spell if I
Tyler.
could.
But Tyler, what do you want?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see you.
So without saying anything, Paige is just going to take out small pouches from inside his knapsack and just kind of hold them out to y'all. Gotta move myself over here. And just you hear a canary whistle.
What are you offering
From
us? Sorry.
pouch?
There's 4 pouches or 5 pouches.
I guess I would just like look at Meek and be like, take it. And then I'd kind of go back to looking at the stone thing in the middle and hopefully rolling an investigate check on it if I can. But
Before
Take a bag and sniff it? Can I take a bag and sniff it?
Sure. It smells metallic.
I'll just hold on to it.
And then I take another one out and open it. It's a bag of caltrops.
Oh.
what are caltrops?
They're
they're
little things you
spiky
throw.
things.
They're spiky things.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
spikes.
Miss Egg, you gave me 2 instructions. Should I be looking around or should I take the bags?
take the bags, then look around.
Okay. I will walk over and I'll take one for myself and one for Miss Egg.
And so,
then,
okay, yeah.
and then I'll just start looking around.
I would probably walk over and start trying to talk to the Kenku. What are these bags? Are you just a patron of the library that ended up here, or?
So I just take one of the caltrops and go.
Oh,
That's perfect.
interesting. Okay, are these for us to take?
I would imagine that since it's being handed to us, that yes, it is for us to take.
It's polite to ask, miss. I don't believe I have heard your name.
I don't believe you
It's
have.
Egg, Miss Egg.
It is egg.
Oh, Egg. Hello. Yes, I'm Penelope Pearblossom. I'm here to investigate the library for the Convocation Arcanum.
Interesting.
Arcanum? Never know how that word's pronounced.
Page turner takes one big old step back.
Oh. So,
Yes.
So no, I
agree
should.
with the Kenku.
I
Stay away
shouldn't-
from me.
Okay.
I'll walk to the other side of the thing.
I didn't know I was. Do I smell? I'm not exactly sure. Okay.
Reek of magic and desperation.
Mm.
Now, what is what is this? Out of character. I'm sorry, Rachel. I love you.
What was that about the beginning when you said, "I'm sure that our characters will get along great"? Ava?
I was being
What was that?
sarcastic because my character's scared of magic. I'm sorry.
I
sorry.
do absolutely reek of magic. You are correct.
I know.
You reek of magic and desperation.
Can I
Those things are really true.
Can I sketch the little stone thing in the middle
Sure.
and
I
do an
also-
investigation check while I'm looking over the patterns and stuff?
Yeah.
And while she's doing that, I did also want to cast a detect good and evil spell and just walk around the room.
Sure.
Before that goes off,
Yeah. You can do your thing. I just
never
wanted to
mind. I thought I had advantage. I don't.
say.
So you can be casting detect good and evil.
Yeah, do you want me to click it? So
Yeah,
people
go ahead.
can-
Just so there are so many detect spells. That are
Right.
like, which one is this? Right. Okay. Cool.
So yeah, so I'm gonna kind of walk around because it's a 30-foot range and it's
Mhm.
up for 10 minutes. So I just kind of want to walk around like a perimeter of the room and just kind of get a feel for things like aberrations, celestials, fae, fiend, undead, those kinds of things,
Yeah. So you can start
or
doing
magically consecrated or desecrated areas. Apparently,
that. With the 13 investigation leg, you notice that there are 4 depressions or like set in divots in this. There's a whole series of sort of runic script around the outside. And one of the 4 depressions has like a piece of metal, of golden metal set into it.
Hmm.
And that's about it. You would suspect also probably magical. It's glowing slightly.
Yeah.
But that's about it. You don't recognize the language that it's written in. Well, probably don't. What languages do you speak?
I speak many. I speak Common, English, Halfling, and Infernal, and Thieves' Cant.
English.
English, Common, Elvish, Halfling. Infernal. I'm sorry.
I was like,
It's
wait.
far away on a 4K
All
monitor.
of us are just like,
Typing is
"What-
really
what?"
small. I
Well,
also
the best part was the DM went, wait, did I make English a language in this? What the fuck? I was
don't
prepared
look
to
at
believe it.
me.
Yeah, you don't recognize it. And Penelope, yeah, you're beginning to move around.
I
Which
know
way
a lot
would
of
you-
languages too. If you only would just share, it's fine.
Oh, I
Which
will.
Which way are you walking?
I would probably do a clockwise spiral. So like I would walk down towards the bottom. Here we are. I would walk down this way towards the edge and just do like a spiral inward, but of like 30 feet. So like do a spiral around the outside,
Okay,
move
and then working your way
in
back
some,
in.
and
Okay.
then in. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So you can just sort of periodically move you, and I'll tell you if you ping anything.
Here.
Nothing's come up. What would the
Here. No, I'm just kidding.
what would the rest of you all like to be doing?
I
I'm following Paige, since Paige is trying to move. But I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. Me? You go.
I would just ask you. You haven't been leaving those all around the library, have you? Okay, and he'll let you do whatever you want to do then.
So I'm gonna open up my knapsack and I'm gonna pull out a 10-foot ladder, and I'm gonna climb a bookshelf, and then I'm gonna start doing a little ritual. I'm gonna pull out a bottle, pour some ointment on my eyes, and I'm just gonna be doing that for about 10 minutes.
I'm sorry. What now? On your eyes?
Just like on my, on the face.
Yeah, so Grehio is going to look at that sight with some sheer incredulity, and then I'm gonna extend my gaze over to Arthur, the one familiar face, and I just have the most like excessive amount of forlornness in my eyes right now. Oh, Grehio. What is happening? I was in the middle of a very intensive embalming process. You know, it's a very long process, Arthur, my friend. But I still had to insert the tissue fluid, and now I am nowhere near the body. My work, my art is failing me.
Oh yeah, that's certainly gonna start stinking pretty soon.
Oh goodness gracious, Arthur, where are we? Where is Georg? What is happening? I am so confused.
See, now I was really hoping you would know some of that, so maybe we're not in the best place right now.
Oh, no, I am most certainly not in the best place right now. My work.
Which one is Grehio on the tokens? I know you're Grehio. Wait, is that okay? Seeing you very upset, Meek is going to walk over and open her arms to offer you a hug.
What is this?
It helps.
It does help.
I'm very good at it.
She's good at hitting things and being emotionally supportive. Take the hug. I don't need a bunch of wimping, crying babies on my hands.
I'm gonna start like, go, do it.
Take the hug.
Yeah, Grehio's gonna run towards the nearest door. This is not okay with him.
Okay, Meek will follow.
Oh no.
I wouldn't take that too personally.
It's too late.
So,
Meek, do not leave the room, but you can follow him as far as you like in here.
you haven't.
Yes, Miss Egg.
You haven't sensed anything yet, Penelope.
Nothing around the whole room?
Not so far.
Not even around the colored desk?
I haven't gotten there yet.
Tragic.
Grehio, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to open the door.
The door is locked.
Which side is the stone on, by the way?
Oh.
Of the circle and the pedestal, like the golden stone or whatever?
Oh, the piece of metal.
Yeah, is it on the?
It's in the sort of upper of those 4 circles that you can see in the pattern. It's in the cardinal north.
Does it correspond with the door? Like, is it directly?
Yeah, they all do point apparently into cardinal directions.
Okay.
Do I notice anything now that I'm at the middle?
No.
Can I roll an investigation of it now that I'm here? I am.
I'm sorry. I keep looking at Meek's token for you, and I was like, "That's an odd way of describing where you are. You're kind of on the right side."
I am right in the middle. I am purposefully standing on the exact opposite side from Egg, so that I don't make her uncomfortable or yell at me again. And I'll say, "Sorry if magic makes you uncomfortable. I don't mean to seem desperate, though it's not the first time I've been described that way. I just am interested in figuring it out. I think that if you just understood magic a little bit more, you wouldn't hate it so much. There's so much. Anyway, is this important? You've been looking at this for a while, and you kind of seem to know what you're doing, and I thought maybe I could help.
3 things. Oh my god, I just jumped into Minrai. God, I can't do that.
I didn't even flinch because I was just like, yeah, this is what Ava sounds like.
3 things. First off, I do know plenty about magic, and I do not necessarily think that you're wrong, that there are plenty of things that it can do, but it is not for me. Second thing, there are things that are much more scary than magic, my employer being one of them. And the third thing is, instead of speaking to me, can you look at these runes and tell me if they mean anything? I don't want to be friends, but we're all trapped together, so we may as well solve this quickly and without becoming attached to each other.
And under Penelope's breath, you hear her say, "Nobody ever does." And then she will look at the runes and everything.
Languages?
Oh, languages. Abyssal, Celestial, Common, Draconic, and Elfish.
Interesting.
Your brain explodes.
So many languages.
This is written in Celestial, but is not Celestial.
Huh?
As in, the writing system is Celestial, but this is definitely not Celestial.
So does that mean I can't understand it? Or?
You can't understand it. You know, you can kind of get to the sounds of it, but like that's not
but the syntax
word.
is like another language. Yeah.
So I feel like I would sound it out then. As I was standing there, I would just say the sounds, and because I'm not going to give up on egg, I
hello,
would.
Please, can you use the right name?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm out of character because I'm not going to give up on plague.
Thank you.
I am going to literally be narrating everything I'm thinking. So it's going to be like, oh, that's interesting. This is obviously written in Celestial, but this isn't actually Celestial. And then I'll say the sounds out loud and be like, does that sound familiar to you? It doesn't really sound familiar to me. Do you notice anything else? Is there anything else that we can look at here, do you think? This is fascinating. What have you taken from this? Is there anything else I notice, Galway, too? Like if I do an investigation check or something, or is it just those things in that language?
It's really just those things. The thing that you would notice as you're saying it, because you'd probably be one of the only people with access to this. Celestial is a very melodic language. Like it's a very flowing, melodious language. This is not. This is harsh. It has a lot of stops. It's written with very few sounds from the Celestial script, and it's basically all of the guttural ones.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
As Penelope, would I know about Kenkus like as a race and know that they just repeat kind of what they hear? Okay, so what I would do, and other people I'll just say this part and we can stop for a second. I will write down in my journal. I will take the pen out from my hair and write down in my journal like a tracing or whatever of the words that are there in Celestial. And then I would walk over to the Kenku while he's putting ointment in his eyes. Well, I was walking around for a while, so he might be done. I don't know.
I was going to say, as you're walking up, we're going to go ahead and say, Tyler, your 10-minute ritual is complete.
And I would walk up to him. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You're good. So I have cast Detect Magic.
Which one are you again?
Yellow.
Oh,
Sorry.
He's the yellow
thank you.
sitting on top of a bookcase.
Got it.
I'm the yellow.
He's on
bottle,
the top.
Yeah,
I need to just write down what everybody is so I don't forget.
Excellent. For the direction 30 feet away from you. Okay.
Oh, okay.
1 foot of stone. Okay.
Curious. I would walk over and say, yes, hi, I see Page Turner, I see, because it's written on your thing, right? Page Turner is written on your, Page Turner. Yes, hi, I'm Penelope Pearblossom. It's lovely to meet you. I think I might have scared
It's
you
lovely
earlier
to
with
meet
all
you.
of my questions. Thank you so much.
Scared me earlier. Yep.
You're the first person that's been nice to me. I guess that Arthur fellow was nice earlier.
The
Anyway,
first person who's been nice to me.
yes. I'm going to say a phrase to you, and I would just like you to keep it in your head. Is that okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. And I say the celestial, guttural, whatever things to Page Turner.
Very good.
Being 5'8"
yeah.
from Penelope, does it make any sense to me?
Languages?
Celestial, Common, Infernal, and Orcish?
No.
Dang.
Would I kind of be able to piece together that we need to fill the other 3 indents with like a similar metal?
It would certainly seem potentially viable to you.
Okay, and is it shaped in a particular way? Like it's an orb, right? Or like a circle?
It looks like it's a medallion.
Okay.
It's got an image of a scroll sort of embossed on the top side of it that you can see, and you can't see the other face since it's resting.
Okay. Can I grab it?
You reach down and you pull on it. Give me a perception check.
I will do that with my abilities, which I have.
Galway. By the way, my passive perception, I don't know if this helps anything, but it's a 21.
Damn.
With, observation I took. I don't know if that's going to help at all. I just want to let you know.
Yeah,
that
no.
now.
That's good to know that your passive is that high.
So since that Page Turner's ritual was 10 minutes, is it safe to assume that I would have had enough time to run to all of the doors and give a quick shriek of "Oh my Ogma" every single time they were locked?
Yes, and they are
In between
indeed
doors,
all
can you say, "Oh, Grehio, what have you gotten yourself into?" I love that.
Yes, all 4 doors appear to be locked.
Also, by now, I have been within 30 feet of every point in the room so far.
You sure
So there's
have.
nothing in the room that pings me?
Correct.
Bullshit. Not on you, on existence.
I was like, sorry. You wanted infernals? Blag, with that 21 perception, the medallion is not like part of this pedestal. Like it's not integrated with it. It's something that was set into it, but you cannot move it.
Okay.
But it isn't like it's molded into the stone or anything. You can even like sort of with getting your fingertips under it, you can feel that there's a gap and that there's room, but it's not budging in the least.
Yeah.
Age circles defo magic. The pedestal is definitely magical. It is glowing in your vision. But it was also glowing to everybody else's vision, so
Quick question. As a person who works here, I mean, not specifically in the library, but like, would I be aware of the kinds of magic within, like, that are used as a part of like architectural components and such?
Yes, you would know that there isn't much, especially in the library. There are some things that are done actually more down in the areas where you work, like in the mortuary, to keep things cold.
Yes, we like the cold.
Yes, you do enjoy the not rotting as quickly.
Ew.
And there are magical items and like scrolls and texts that are held in the library, but there isn't really magical architecture, particularly, at least in your experience.
And this thing in the middle, is it like a table or is it just in the ground?
Think of it's stone and think of it as maybe like the height of the sidewalk curb. Like it's set about 4 or 5 inches up. And then
So it's like a little bit of a platform.
It's a little bit of a platform, but like I wouldn't want to have called it like a platform or a dais or anything. It's not that tall.
Can I do like a? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Grehio's just desperate right now. Like, oh man. Oh my.
What is happening?
Family is not going to be okay with their body before the funeral rites are performed. Oh man, I certainly hope that Tabitha and Silly and what's his name? Geraldo, I always forget that one, that they can just keep things cold in the meanwhile. Oh my Ogma.
That's very I would say it's refreshing that you're caring so much about your job and the people that you serve rather than your own safety and well-being, which is definitely at risk right now. I really appreciate that you still care so much about the family that you abandoned, not on purpose, of course. Just
Family that I don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, here's what I would like everybody to do.
Oh.
Okay.
Everybody, please search for a medallion similar to this. Do I see? Is the Kenku like raising their hand, or is that just Tyler?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the Kenku.
So I think I'll turn to the Kenku, and I will give you I will produce from my pocket a whistle. Can you use this with your beak?
That's a great question. That's a Galway question. Can I use
this?
Can
a little rough, but you can probably manage it.
Okay.
I take the whistle and I go like this, and I blow it really loud. And then I can't hear you.
Whistle just echoes off the walls.
Yeah, good job. So whenever you need our attention, make that noise, Kenku, if you have anything to add. Everybody, please look at these medallions.
He has a name. You can actually see it on his person. It's just...
We all have names. That's nothing special. Get to work. We need to find these medallions. And I'll immediately just start...
Oh, you're fun.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss Egg is wonderful.
I'll go to the door and I'll start marking the bottom underneath each door with chalk, just like a line across. And I'll just go around.
Is this still Paige roleplay, or is Tyler actually trying to?
No, yeah, now Tyler can go, but that's just like she's just gonna like peace out immediately afterwards. Yeah, you go.
So Paige is just gonna open up his little knapsack again and pull out a portable ram. And then
I love it.
Elise, you are where?
I'm dead center. I'm in the circle.
Standing on the circle.
I'm going to very, with a lot of effort lifted. I'm very good at it.
Do you want me to? I'll take the ramp. I think I'm expecting it to be really heavy because of the way that you're holding it, and like so it's like I overdo the. Oh God. Okay.
Yep.
Where is this going?
And I just point to a door.
Point to where?
Ram, not ramp. This is a battering
ram.
Oh, I heard ramp as well.
I heard ramp.
Funny. I heard ramp.
I take the ram under my arm and I walk over to Miss Egg. Miss Egg, I believe that the Kenku, I don't think I've heard anyone name them yet. Have I named him yet?
I said it, I think, but you might not have been
listening. But did I hear you?
That's fair. That's very fair.
I listened to one person, and I'll say, has this? Do you mind if I give it a shot.
Yes, go ahead. Try on the southern door if you would.
Which was the southern door?
That one over there.
Okay. And I walk over to the door and I will attempt to batter the door down with my new battering ram,
Give me a strength
courtesy
check.
of my friend. Okay.
And then add 4 to the strength check.
Ooh.
Egg, as you
Yes.
walk between the west door and the north door,
Yes.
the desk right by the west door, there's a paper lying on it that catches your eye.
Oh. Can I grab?
Why didn't I notice
Ty-
the paper?
Yes.
yeah, I
someone say
did.
Tyler?
Did you just cast guidance on me?
No, for the portable RAM just gives +4.
Oh,
to
okay.
the-
Well, if I am witnessing what's happening and am assuming that Meek is about to tear a door down, then I'm going to cast guidance on Meek.
Yes, do it. Let's go.
Oh my god, yes. Like super
Okay, 28 on this
28.
door.
go.
Damn.
So you all are now sort of ringed around. Paige is like, Grahio just looks really excited that the door might be fucking coming down and he can get the hell out of here. I imagine that Arthur is just like, oh, that is not what you're supposed to do to a door in the library. That's not how this works.
This is temple. They have funds. They can rebuild door. It is fine.
So
It can
you get
rebuild
a
door.
You get a running start, Meek. 28. You slam this ram into the door. And then it falls from your hands as they've just like gone almost numb from the reverberation back into your hands. But you notice
Whose mic is
Ava?
doing things?
I think it's Ava,
Okay, I
who's
was
not
like-
on camera right now.
I was
But
like-
mic
Sorry.
is
what?
open.
I fell out of my chair. We're all good.
No.
Are
Getting more water. But it's nearby. Was a tricky reach, so I turned my cam off and the worst happened, so I'm glad I did.
The worst has come to pass.
Please continue, yeah.
You all
Ow.
noticed. And Meek, you notice first. There should be a slamming sound of this hitting this door. Instead, faintly, you hear voices singing, as if it's coming from the door itself. And that's
Are
like
these
the only
different-
sound it makes. There's no
Okay.
thud, there's no smash. There's a little bit of the sound of like the ram hitting the floor as it drops out of your hand and stuff, but all of the noise that the door produced was just that sort of very soft, faint sound of people singing or voices singing.
I'm like shaking with the reverberations of like the ram, and I'm like, did I hit my head? They don't usually sing.
And the rest
Shut
of
up,
you,
shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
the rest of you watching this, so everyone except Bleg, also hear that very faintly. The sound, instead of being this thunderous crash, is a very faint sort of vocal singing.
I
Have
would-
Arthur or Grahio ever heard of anything like this ever happening in the library before?
I could be like Andy and make you roll a history check, or I could be me and go, "Oh God, no."
Oh, my Ogma. This is unprecedented. Arthur, what is happening to our home? You're muted.
You're muted, Arthur.
Well, now that I have found my voice again, I wouldn't be too entirely sure that we are in our home. I've been trying to think about it, and I don't really remember this room. Do you?
No, I don't, but it seems familiar, no? Divulge
Well,
the
it did
floor
up until that
paneling. It's all very. You first.
Well, it did seem familiar up until that door started singing.
Wait, you can hear the singing?
I'm gonna
Yes,
repeat the song.
I just nod at you.
Nice.
Oh,
While this is
wow.
happening, I did also run up to Meek because I wanted to check on you. Because you seemed shaken, but I didn't want to interrupt their stuff either. But
I realized that this happened a moment ago, but if I overheard at all the conversation with Page Turner trying to remake those guttural sounds, I don't know if my languages
you
haven't
weren't
already
near
been.
us, I don't think.
I mean, I
think
was running around the place trying to open doors.
Okay.
Going, oh, Grehio.
Yes, going au Grehio. I have Draconic, Dwarvish, Giant, Orc, and Sylvan.
No.
So I'd run up to Meek after I saw her like kind of shaking and dropping the ram and with the reverberation and just are you okay? That looked painful. Do you need something? Can I help?
Can you hear the singing? Is that just
Definitely. Is that
wow?
Is it okay
It's
if I
just that
want
they
to?
usually only talk to me, and I'm used to people thinking I'm crazy, and so it's just really interesting that they're both singing for the first time
Stop
and also
everything
talking
right
to other
now
people.
and tell me right now about who talks to you and why only you can hear them. What do you usually hear? What do they say? Do they speak in the language that you understand? Is it just in your head? Is it actual words or is it feelings?
Miss Egg?
Yes. Have I read the page?
Yes, and so there is now a handout in your journal.
Oh shit.
And it caught your eye
Cool.
because it's a very sort of tattered, blue covered journal, essentially. And it seemed oddly familiar to you. And it seemed out of place in these sort of big, heavy tomes.
Yeah. So it's a blue journal.
Yep.
Okay. I will. Do you want me to like read it out loud or something? I'll go back to the group and I'll be like, everyone listen, and I'll read it out loud. Do y'all have it in your journal, or should I just go ahead and read it?
I just hit show to players, so now it should be
Okay.
showing on the screen, I think.
They play
I don't see
music.
it yet.
They do. I noticed the beginning and end of it first, but listening now, I hear after the start, their sounds are like horns, powerful. They kind of laugh, and it sounds like a fiddle. Then the end. Altogether, every time I sit with the seals, I hear a whole performance. Oh shit! Soon I'll get to share that performance with a little one. I hope they like it. Do I connect the seals to my backstory?
Almost certainly. You recognize, it takes you a second, but once you read through it, you realize that that's why you noticed the journal.
Okay.
Are they literal seals or are they?
Yeah. Well, my backstory is that I was named after seals that, out of character, I will be going over this in character shortly, but I was named after the seals that my dad would go see perform at like a musical place. And so that is why my name is Bleg. My father is not very bright barbarian, which is why I like Meek, because Meek reminds me of my father a little bit. I will I will walk over to this table and I will slap the journal down or whatever, the entry down, and I will be like, this is, oh god, the voice is so hard. This is a direct tie to my past. All of you, this is things that only I would know. This is why I hate magic. God.
Because of seals?
Do you know what my name is?
Well, you've said your lovely companion here told us that it was
Bleg.
Egg.
Yes.
Say all of that in character. That's what it makes.
I have
as much
nothing
sense
to hide
all of
here.
you as anything else I've said, I think.
Yeah. I have nothing to hide here. we're all in this together by the looks of it. And although many of you reek of magic and other things, I think it's fair to be open. I fear failure more than I fear anything else. My name is Bleg. I was named after the seals that my father went to go see, and this journal entry seems to be from him. I do not know why it's in this room.
I'm sorry
But
to ask, is your father dead?
No. What a rude thing to ask.
Well,
So-
we're in the Library of Souls. This is where the records of death are kept, so I thought perhaps maybe a journal of his could be in here. I know it seems rude, but it's actually pretty logical if you think about it. I guess that doesn't mean it's not also rude.
Galway, I have a quick question. Well, actually, just two things to say. One, to Tyler, to Page Turner having cast a detect magic, I don't think anything necessarily would have like glown very bright about me, but like you might see like a little faint aura around me without necessarily knowing exactly what it is. But secondly, when Arthur had mentioned not believing that this is, our actual place of work or close in proximity, I would have gone through the tomes and tried to see if I can find any of the more recent ones that I might have entered in.
Very good. Yeah, you're going through and you're sort of trying to figure out the shelving system to get to the more recent ones. What is anyone else doing?
Would immediately go and pick up the battering ram if it's still there and go to the next door, so the western door, and I would try and ram it into it and see what sound it makes then. Because my initial thoughts are, oh, it's saying there's music and sounds and there was a song of singing, so I want to hit the other door and see what kind of sound it gives me.
You hear the sound of a stringed instrument.
Okay, so I don't really know about your father and the seals and the things like that, but that one was singing, this one is instruments, and then I'm going to run over to the northern door and ram into that one.
Drums.
And then I'm not even going to say anything, I'm just going to run over to the eastern door and do it.
Horns.
Oh
Okay, so we
gosh,
have
it's the order,
drums-
obviously, but
Drums,
how
horns,
did we get there?
singing, and stringed instrument. There has to be some kind of order maybe that we try and unlock them.
Which medallion? This is out of character, just because I didn't. Because
It's golden in the thing.
But
Which
which
one?
Northern.
It's
south,
in the north.
the
Northern
north
golden
one? Okay.
medallion, yeah.
So the
So-
drums.
I'll walk over to this door and mark the bottom. So basically the idea is to put a line of chalk on the bottom of each door so that if anything comes through it, it like may disturb the chalk. Investigator things, yo. Like 4D chess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big brain. So I'm just marking the bottom of each door and then I'm putting the cardinal direction there as well so that we can know.
So what did your note say about
Miss-
something about first and second and last? And I'm sorry, Arthur, I'm just very excited. What were you gonna ask?
Arthur?
Did he
Arthur?
freeze?
Oh god, Arthur's dead.
I thought it was my internet again. I was like, oh fuck, there goes my internet.
Andrew, I heard that, but you're frozen-ish. Oh wait, maybe now you're not. You're smiling,
Okay.
but you might be frozen smiling. Yeah.
It's a very good smile.
This is the spookiest stream.
Wow.
Why is there a
Internet
clown behind you,
connectivity
Andrew? That's
problem.
weird.
What's up?
I'm just gonna walk because I still have my detect magic up. I just want to walk up and down, not the room at large, but just the bookcases, and see if any of the books ping with like a magical aura.
Yeah. So as you're going along doing that, and we'll wait to see what Andrew had to say
Sure.
once Andrew's back. But while you're doing that, nothing. Oh, that's not a great sign. Nothing is pinging as you're going along the bookcases, but I will say when you get down to around here in the southeastern corner,
Sure.
you can see an object inside that chest is magical.
Ooh. Is it locked?
It does appear to be.
Great. Where is Meek right now? Go walk back over to Meek. I'm going to pull a sledgehammer out of my knapsack.
I like this one,
Andrew.
and I kind of pat you on the head a little bit.
And I just point to the chest.
I will walk over to the chest with my sledgehammer, and I will smash.
Guidance.
I like how Greyhoe's just like, whoever seems like they're most doing something, guidance. Anything that's the most likely to lead to out of here. Welcome back, Andrew. Hopefully you're actually back.
No.
Thank you.
Oh,
Just asking what you were asking, Egg?
you were
What?
going to ask the same thing?
Yeah.
What was
Oh,
being
okay.
asked of Egg?
I was asking what was the order in the journal, and because now we know
Oh.
kind of the points of where things are.
Yes.
So just kind of, yeah.
It should also be in everyone's journals now.
Yeah.
Right, but I was in character, like,
no, okay.
like,
I was just making
don't
sure that it
remember
actually worked.
I don't have keen mind, so
And Meek, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
What bonus?
So,
like, just use
The
my.
weird thing with sledgehammers is all it says is this two-handed iron-headed hammer is good for smashing open treasure chests. So I don't know if you'd like to give any kind of a bonus, but the Dungeon Master's Guide certainly doesn't.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, so you could either make an attack roll, and I would say you're probably proficient with hammers, or like war hammers.
I'm proficient with all weapons.
True, fair. You are I'm proficient in weapon.
Weapon.
But you could also make an athletics roll if you would prefer.
I think it's gonna be a +6 either way, so I'll roll my great axe.
Sure. And we'll say you can apply guidance to this since it's more the skill side of it. 24. Yep, that's kindling. You smash just clean through. You were kind of aiming at like the lock, but now basically just the front of the chest is gone.
Ooh.
As is Andrew.
sorry.
I hand the sledgehammer back and I say, "Very good."
Gonna put it back in the knapsack.
Can I try and peek in the knapsack as you're putting it back in? I'm curious about what else is in there now.
Sure. It's a void.
This is very strange.
I might say you're looking into like a discount bag of holding that someone made themselves.
Nice.
Um,
I would definitely have. Oh, sorry. You could do the chest thing first, and I can be quiet.
And inside, you can now see lying amidst the splinters, a small ornately decorated box. And now Andrew's image looks much more stable. So
That is, yes, I have also moved to my mobile network.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez, these internet and these games are just not mixing.
Halloween. It's got to be spooky. Andrew, when your video cut out, there was a clown behind you. I didn't know what was up with that.
What do you mean was?
I don't like it.
I would walk up to Egg and completely forget that she's disgusted by me, and just start trying to connect with her and talk about these things and try and figure out what we're supposed to be doing. And so just like excitedly be like, so your father's journal mentioned seals and it mentioned different types of music. So do you think that, do we need to hit the doors in that order? Do we need to unlock them in that order? Do we need to have the Kenku repeat things in that order? What do you think?
Never
So many
mention
different things that
seals.
could happen.
Never mention seals to me again. That's a very personal memory.
Okay.
I do think you're onto
understand.
something,
All right.
though, and I acknowledge your, let's say, critical thinking. The journal seems to have mentioned music, then horns, then laughter that sounds like a fiddle, and then the ending, which, if I recall correctly, should be the drums, but I don't think that
Wait.
was included in the journal.
It's not. Why is it the drums? Is that a thing from your
I've
memory
been
that I'm not
there.
allowed
I've
to mention?
heard the seals playing.
Okay. You said I wasn't
They
allowed
end
to
with
bring it up
drums.
again.
It's my
so
dad's favorite part.
I just
Why
didn't
are
want
you?
to offend.
I want to
because you
go
said
home and finish
I
this
do
job.
as well.
Why are you talking?
Because
Well,
you
all
did
of this
say
is
just
happening.
5 minutes ago. You did say 5 minutes ago that we were all in this together. I
We
just
are all
want
in
to
this
remind you
together.
of that, and yet you seem to still hate me. And
Yes.
I don't mean to be offensive. I'm sorry that I'm very rude. It's really not my intention. But so you're saying the drums are the end, is what you're saying.
Yes.
So where does the singing go?
The beginning, I would imagine.
Okay.
Grehio, as you've been making your way around the room, you found the most recent volumes, and you see entries for the deceased that you put in yourself. You recognize your own handwriting. You remember the cases. But next to one of the basically the most recent book, you see a second book with a different type of binding. And you recognize it as another a work log. If these are kind of your official record logbooks, this other one is more of a working log, and it is now in your journal.
Okay. Oh, I have some reading to do. Cool. All right. I'm going to go ahead and read this. I assume I also heard the smashing of the chest. So I'd probably be bringing this book with me over, and I would want to take a look at what lied within that chest.
Also, Arthur, you just saw a chest get smashed
Down here.
in the library. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to take a peek at that, whatever was inside.
Yeah, you see a small, probably about like it would fit on my palm, very intricately decorated box with sort of gold and silver patterns on it, and it looks like just a simple hinge lid.
Is it shiny?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to take that as soon as I see it.
Fair.
Yeah, you'll grab it. Do you want to do anything else with it, or?
I'm gonna open it because I don't know Pandora's box. I don't know what's gonna happen.
You smashed open Pandora's box already, so.
Well, no, the little wooden boxes.
Can I like hold out for the
tiny baby box.
sledgehammer?
What? Sorry.
Sledgehammer? Very good.
I put it on the ground.
As you opened it, everyone, you feel a pulse ripple through the air. Like you feel, shockwave is too strong, but you feel a disturbance move through the room. And Egg and Penelope, the sound of drums in the north. Yes. The sound of drums is now louder and continuous compared to when you hit the door. Before, it just sort of would rise and then fade off. Now there's just a sound of drums, and all of you hear a skittering, scritching noise that's coming from everywhere, just flooding in Perhaps it's rats?
I don't like that.
I did a bad.
There is something in my book about rats. It is very confusing and metaphor laden. However, I think it is
Rats.
yes, rats. I think it is most
Rats.
yes, rats. I think it is most
Yes, rats.
I think it is most important that I dive in very quickly.
Very quickly.
And it also mentions Overseer
Very
Landrum.
quickly.
Yes, very quickly. Yes. Landrum is a person that worked here and has gone missing. And this references him. And I would immediately at least share it with Arthur.
Yeah. I mean, like after that disturbance and hearing the skittering, I think Bleg would run back towards the table and just be like, Meek, be on your guard. Something's approaching, I think.
Can I say, and you can say if this is possible to do within this time, but Penelope would not be overly concerned with all this right now that's happening and is just kind of lost in the excitement of trying to solve a puzzle. And now that she thinks she solved the order of the puzzle, is just going to go and try to knock the doors in the order that she thinks is correct. So you can tell me if like this is a reasonable thing to do while all these other things are happening.
Yes.
What was the east door?
So she's going to hit south, east, west, north.
East was what was
horns.
east?
Horns. was
Horns.
east.
Okay, and then
So-
north and wait, what was
North
west?
is west is strings,
Strings.
and
Okay.
south is singing.
So you went south, east, west, north?
Yes.
As you're going
That's
through.
right.
Okay. The doors no longer, and I'll say you notice this when you go to the south door, and you can just move yourself there.
Oh, that's right.
The doors no longer respond when you hit them. They're just always making this noise.
Oh.
I will also say that the group that's right by our dear Paige noticed that as you spoke, like as you were just talking, the box looks like a music box. And every time you would speak near it, there's a brief delay, and it's almost like the sound dips at the end and then reemerges from the box. And it will sort of pulse with light briefly and then stop every time it's sort of done this process.
I'm gonna. Oh wait, there was in the center of the room with the. There was like a medallion in the center of the. Hold on, over here.
Yep.
Is there a slot for a music box?
There is not. They all seem to be those medallion shapes.
Okay.
Is the music box just sitting on the ground?
I think the box is currently in
Paige's hands. Yeah. So nothing. I can't do anything different. Like when I hit the doors, nothing special happens anymore.
No. The scratching is getting louder.
Fun.
So what
I'm gonna. You go.
okay, super fast. I'm just gonna say that based on what I've read here, I am now freaking out, but like in intrigue as opposed to just worrying about my decaying bodies back in my office. I'm just like
Worry
kind
about
of
bodies in their office.
kind of giddy over by Arthur, like, oh, this is my life's work. I mean, not the dead work, the life work. You understand, no?
I thought that was all the same thing. Like you do the dead work for like your life's work, and like.
Yes, you understand me. It is
No, I
great.
very much do not understand.
Oh. Sorry, Tyler. Go for it.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna reach into my knapsack. We're gonna pull out a chest, and then we're gonna put the box in the chest, and then put the chest back in the knapsack. Is there rats still a coming or skittering or whatever? We're
Do there still be rats?
Will there still be rats?
The rat noise is now almost painfully loud. And then it stops. And Arthur, you look up as you're sort of pondering all of this. And next to you on the shelf,
No.
you see a rat.
No.
But you see the rat step sort of out of the book on a shelf, and as it steps out, it keeps stepping out and stepping out, and it's growing as it does until it's about 5 feet long. And you're going to see it sort of
Haha, mage armor.
and it's going to bite at your ankle.
Did I have time to toss up mage armor?
Yeah, you can say we can say you're the skittish sort. So you're like, oh god.
Cool.
So yeah. So I don't think a 10 is going to hit you.
No.
So you're going to see the rat sort of, and it takes you a second to look at it and to realize what you saw. Like you saw a very large rat dart out to bite you. And as you look again, you realize that a very large rat did not dart out to bite you. A very large rat's neck stretched out and sort of undulated so that its head was by your ankle.
Can the rest of us see this that are standing right there?
Oh, yes. And now, once again, you hear the rats cacophonously from everywhere. And let's roll initiative.
Okay.
I would also like to
no.
mention that since I cast an abjuration spell, I also pulled up my arcane ward, which is a little shield that I have for my School of Magic.
Remember to click on your token first, and then...
I forgot to click on my token, but I really
Also-
want to keep that
Oh, you can.
21.
You
I know,
can.
I just... So
Can I
click
keep
on
the 14 since
Yes.
I rolled lower?
I let anyone keep whatever their first roll was. I'm fine
Cool.
with that.
All right.
So I need to
Okay.
make...
First roll was 15. Sorry.
Chelsea wants to know if the rat has little rat hands.
It's about to not have a little rat head because I'm going to decapitate it.
It doesn't really have little rat hands. It more has little human-sized hands, because it's about 5 feet long.
You
So
have
very
a minus
minutely
one to
barely.
initiative?
I rolled a nat 20, but I got a 19 because I am not a dexterous woman. I am smart and I am strong and I am very likable, obviously. But I am not very dexterous. I always hate when you waste crits on things that crits don't matter in.
All right, so...
I would just like to say that as like a free action, the moment that this rat is spotted, I would just scream at Arthur, I thought you keep the library clean. Why is there a big giant rat in here? What is going on? The contamination! My body is, oh no!
Your bodies aren't in the library part.
So,
Where are
Penelope,
they?
you're going to have a critical, or you're going to have a surprise round, basically. But before we do that, could
No.
Paige give me an Arcana check?
I would love to. I'm worried about it, but I'd love to. Let me just stuff here. An Arcana check.
15. The music box stores sounds, and you wonder if that's related to, because you saw what Penelope was trying to do, and it doesn't work anymore. You can't hit the doors to make a noise. You wonder if the box might collect noise. Penelope.
Got it.
Yeah, I got stuff to do, huh? Okay, so I am going to run over to the rat. I can move 30 feet. So is that, let's see. Oh, and I can't share space with somebody, can I?
Correct.
Then I can't actually get within range of it then. Huh. That's fun. I would say, okay, so I'll kind of just run over here then and do something to it. I thought I would hit it, but I can't hit it, so sorry. None of those are useful right now. Cool, great. Everything's fine. This is a rat, so I really don't know that it's worth detecting evil or trying to turn unholy things.
I love that I've said the things that I've said about this, and you go, "This is a rat."
A rat-ish. It's a rat-ish. It's a rat-raff.
It's a giraffe.
Oh, that's so much better.
There we go. Yes.
So much better. Okay, so then let me see. I have my divine sense, which as an action, you can open up your awareness to detect evil. But I already wasted a thing once. You can use this feature, and I can use it a lot, I guess. I'm sorry. I was expecting to just hit it, and I didn't think that I could, do that. I guess I'll activate my divine sense just to see.
Yep. Click that into chat for me if you can.
Yeah. It's a lot.
It is not a celestial fiend or undead.
Okay. And that is my action. So
Meek. Kitty. Kitty.
Oh, where's Rika? Kitty.
Chonky car.
Little baby, look at her. A little fluffy kitty baby. It's so cute.
You've been replaced by the cat's tail, Elise.
Oh, oh.
Now it's
This is what I want a
stream.
whole D&D stream where it's just people playing with their cat.
I was gonna say, now we've truly hit a real Helpful Goat D&D stream. We've had technical problems and a pet. Meek, it's your turn.
Okay, hello.
I was like, can we hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, Meek is going to rage. And when Meek rages, you see her just look really resigned. And then behind her pop into the space 3 spectral elven women who are her ancestors. And they immediately are just like, God damn it, Meek, again with the fucking rats. I thought we got that. And like just are all up in her business trying to tell her, like, you're not lifting your axe right. If you just get your wrist position straighter, you would have stronger hits and this rat would already be fucking dead. And it's just on and on like that, like 3 overlapping voices. And she just kind of sighs and picks up her great axe and will two-handed swing at this thing.
This is incidentally the best usage I have ever seen of Ancestral Guardians.
Thanks.
I agree wholeheartedly.
17. You swing in the huge ratty target and are shocked when your axe is stopped by several arms having sprouted out of its side and just sort of catching it. And you're going to see it like sort of.
One of the ancestors will be like, the old arm out of the neck trick. It's the oldest one in the book. You should have seen it coming. Do I get my second attack?
You do. It's not restraining you or anything. This was just it didn't hit.
Are these rat arms or human arms?
Rat arms. Giant rat arms. But rat arms.
Oh god, I hate it.
Okay, so obviously that misses too, and as you might presume, the ancestors are just giving Meek some shit for this, and I think, let me look. I guess I didn't hit, so nothing happens. That's my turn.
Does a 19 hit you, Meek?
Yes.
Hey everybody, let's have a mechanic. You should see a deck of cards, Elise. Draw a card from that and just put it down on the table.
Oh boy.
Or not into your hand, onto the table. You can just draw another one. Or you can tell me what it says. Your strength is reduced by 1. You literally see some of your energy pull back into this rat's like neck, as this sort of like will then snake its neck back. Incidentally, you also noticed that when that happened, one of your ancestors kind of flickered for a second.
When she flickers, I look at her and I go, "Really? Now? You're gonna okay."
And with that, creature will disappear.
At no point did I detect any of the things that when it did that shit.
It's
While my stuff was still up, it didn't detect anything when it sucked out the force and whatnot.
You not for the types of things that it says you detect.
Okay.
So Paige, you do get the sense that this is not great.
Yep.
Penelope.
Yeah.
Can this card be moved or something? Because it's also just fully in the middle of the thing, or
It should be gone now.
Or the deck.
Can you just scroll down?
That's a window sizing thing.
Oh, because where I am, it just blocks my entire map fully.
It floats depending on what your window sizing is.
Okay. I can't have my window sized any larger, so it just blocks my map fully.
If you scroll, it can change as well. It'll move.
Rachel, can I ask that you slightly tip your microphone away from your mouth?
Is that better?
Probably.
I hit it for now.
Sorry.
Is the rat still there? What happened to the rat?
Disappeared.
I don't see it anymore. It disappeared? Okay.
This is fine.
Wait,
what?
How much damage did I take from the rat?
Absolutely none. Your strength went down by 1.
What was that? Arthur, Grehio, you work here. Is that normal? Stretching rats?
Did that look like it was normal in any capacity?
I mean,
rats fucking peekaboo. I don't like it.
Can I go and investigate the book that it stretched out of?
Yes, we are still in turn order.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't
I
didn't realize.
I was gonna ask that.
So whose turn is it right now?
It's Penelope's.
Okay.
Penelope's, yeah.
No, it's not mine because I went first.
You critted, and now it's your turn again.
Oh, fuck me,
Your
you're
modifier
right.
is low enough that 2 people who didn't crit went ahead of you.
Oh. Okay, I would like to investigate the book,
Give me an
please.
investigation roll.
I will. Did it? Okay.
18. It appears to be a normal book. It's a logbook of deaths from about 3 months ago.
And there's no like rat scratches on it or anything strange or.
Nah.
Okay, I would turn to the people at least as like a free action. Say, this seems to just be a normal book. I'm not really 100% sure what that was. I can't say. It wasn't evil in the sense that it wasn't a celestial or fiend or undead. So we can feel rest assured-ish. Was the investigation my action, or could I like ready an action for if something shows up again to like hit it with my flail or
You could
whatever?
ready an action. I gave that as the DC of a free check.
Okay.
So if you see the rat inside your range, you will hit it.
Okay, I'm gonna ready my flail.
Okay. Incidentally, as you said, so at least it's sort of like good news. Oh, at least his internet is dead again. She's not just staring very fixedly.
Oh.
She's normally quite still, so it was a little hard for me to tell on that one.
Oh no.
As you said, like, oh, at least it's not like evil, blah blah blah. The rat scratching noises have picked back.
Oh.
Grahia.
Yeah, so am I able to kind of discern the direction of the quote unquote cacophony of rat noises?
It's pretty much from everywhere.
And when I saw this rat coming out of the bookcase, you said it was growing from the bookcase. Did it grow from a book?
Yes, the book that it specifically came from is the one that Penelope just checked and said wasn't anything special. I will say, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. For free.
Yeah, I would ask if possible if I could make it an investigation one.
Sure. I'm okay with that. Okay. 18. In response also to thinking about this, you essentially have figured out some of the same things that Paige did. You think about, okay, wait, we've got a book that mentions sounds in a specific order. The doors make different noises. The box absorbed sound. Where is the box? Where is the rat? Where is the box? 2 questions, both important.
Yeah, and then along similar lines, I do want to ask, in the logbook that you gave me, it doesn't say like a name of the person who wrote it, but they do reference Landrum. Am I able to see on the book anywhere where there might have been a name?
Yes, it is the researcher who disappeared. It's definitely
Gotcha. Okay, so those are the 2. Okay, cool. Paige Turner, I very much would like to look at your little box. I think it is of utmost importance. Can you lend it to me, please?
Yeah, Page Turner's gonna frantically start doing the creepy singing that the original door we hit did, and he's gonna make the sound of a chest shutting and pointing to his knapsack.
very good, very good. That'll be your response. Anything else from you, Grahio?
I guess I kind of want to, like, I mean, nothing has been made itself evident on the map yet, but I think I want to roll for perception to just see if I can see any rats about to attack us. Yeah, and kind of do that while I'm digging around in the knapsack trying to find the box.
You're nowhere near Paige.
Oh.
Paige is on the other side of the fucking room from you.
Oh, I didn't know he moved. Okay. Oh well. All right.
You could move to him. You could reach him.
Yeah, then I will move to him. Sorry, I didn't see that he had moved.
And I would say that, Paige, would you allow him to like reach into your bag and get stuff? Or
tentative yes.
So because you kind of indicated
Yes.
it in the knapsack, made a chest shutting noise.
Yeah.
And seemed to indicate
so,
that was related.
There are 2 chests in there.
Neat.
I don't know if there's a problem. If there's a
I mean,
probability.
if I had seen you put it into one, that's the one I would go for.
Yeah, about seeing the chest that you're grabbing, though, that's a little iffier. Go ahead and we'll use a mechanic that Rachel likes. Go ahead and give me a luck die roll.
All
Roll
right,
a D20.
you D20. Okay.
11 to 20 means you succeed. 1 to 10, not as much.
Oh, yeah, not as much.
You grab the wrong chest and pull it out. Paige, is this chest locked?
No, it's not.
Okay. You can open the wrong chest.
I mean, I assume that Paige would react to me trying to open the wrong chest.
Yes, I will say that you can.
Yeah, so
this
Paige is going to
chest.
make a distinct chest shutting noise, and then he's going to shut the chest you have, and it makes a slightly different noise, and then repeats the correct chest shutting noise and gestures back to the chest you've opened.
Oh my Ogma, why does this have to be so complicated? The dead are not so complicated. The living, oh.
And we're gonna go ahead and say that was your turn with the interact with an item.
Yeah, for sure.
Arthur, you do seem that lots of people seem very interested in what's over there with Paige's stuff.
This is why y'all yell in the library, and you certainly don't go around smashing and opening weird boxes. He's actually going to go over to this smashed box and start putting all of the pieces in the corner in a pile, not all splattered everywhere around the floor.
Very good.
As an action, yeah.
Outstanding. Would you like to do anything with the rest of your movement?
Can I complete that in one action?
Yeah, it was only some of like the front of the chest, so you just sort of like scooped it so that it's sitting inside the hollowed out remains of the chest.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there. Cool.
Bleg.
Bleg will, you know, when somebody's like freaking out, but they're like calm on the outside, you know?
Screaming silently inside your heart.
Yeah, so with like a face that says, I'm dying inside, she will very calmly walk over to this chair, pull it out, step up on the chair, and then step up on the desk, and stand on the desk. And then can I go ahead and use my bonus action to make, it's called Eye for Detail. It's a feat of being a rogue inquisitive branch. It says you can use a bonus action to make a wisdom perception check to spot a hidden creature or object. So can I look for the rat around the room with my bonus action?
Yes.
Boom. What is
11.
that? 11. Legend.
You don't see anything. You saw sort of Arthur very neatly tidying up the remains of the chest. You see Paige and Grahio like furiously making chest closing noises at each other and like pointing at boxes and knapsacks.
Yeah.
You see Penelope menacing a bookcase. And that's about it.
Okay. Here's a question. Can I do, as my action, can I do a bonus action? Like again?
Yes, I allow
a different one? Okay.
Upcasting.
So the same thing says that I can make an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues.
Yeah.
So given like I think what I've overheard at least, and the fact that there's 4 kind of slots in the thing, and then the noises from the door, can I kind of piece together if there's a third item missing? Because each of the items seems to have been correlated to each of like a character. So the memory of the noises was me. The box that stores noise is the Kenku. I think there was one other thing, but I can't remember what it was because I'm not as smart as my character is supposed to be. But yeah, can I kind of piece those together to like figure out like who the last clue should be coming from, or
Go
the
ahead
last
and
two
give me an
clues?
investigation check. 11. You're not...
Go away. Sorry, I was talking. I was muted. Can I give guidance to that?
No, guidance
In
is an
combat?
action.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my god, my rolls are unspeakably pathetic.
They're Rachel level.
I'm dying. This is my D&D roll, so when it's like Spire, I'm fine.
You're not sure, but you don't think that you necessarily need another item.
Okay.
It seems like from what the Kenku has been saying, to use your parlance, or Paige, and what everyone else kind of seems to be going for, it seems like you need the box and the doors making the noises. And then probably the other clue was the order, which I believe you and Penelope were the two who had figured that out, or came to an order.
So yeah, I'll kind of say like, when you get the box, we know what to do with it. Just get the box. And I'll kind of stand at the table and like look very sadly at Meek. And I'll be like, I don't want to be here, but with my eyes. And that's my turn.
Screaming silently inside your heart. Paige,
Yeah.
turn.
So Paige is going to pull out the correct chest, staring at his friend the entire time, opening it, pulling out the box. And then is going to start to move towards a door, and then starts pointing as if for clarification as to where he might start.
I will
Can
allow
yell?
someone to use a reaction if they want to shout a direction to him.
Yeah, I
You
would shout.
used your reaction to talk, didn't you?
No,
I thought you did earlier.
I was talking on my
Oh.
turn.
Oh, never mind then. Go ahead.
I think
She's
so.
just had
Anyway.
2 turns.
Yeah,
Oh,
I rolled
that
a
might be it.
crit, so I had a surprise attack before. I would say south, and I would point towards the south door.
And we're just gonna march on down. Oh god.
As you
30 feet.
get there,
And
as you get directly next to the door, the sound of the voices sort of swirls and pulls into the chest, or into the music box, and the door is now quiet. And the music box is glowing slightly. And I will say, retrieving the music box from the layers of magical storage was your action of interacting with items. But yeah.
I think that'll be it for me then. I've done all I could.
Neat.
But I will hold the box aloft so that everyone can see that something is happening.
We're at the top of the round again.
Yes.
I guess I will. While I was gone, did anyone like investigate the bookshelf where the rat was coming out of?
Yes. I wasn't sure actually how early you had dropped out. Penelope rolled very well to investigate the book, and nothing seemed strange. There were no physical markings of a rat having come out of that book.
Did she say anything about that out loud?
I say everything out loud.
Okay.
And so did her characters.
I'm very annoying that way.
Meek will stand up on the table next to Miss Egg, who has just sent her the nonverbals of "Please God, save me," and she will stand there with her great axe and take the defend or whatever action.
I love it so much. Penelope, you hear it before you see it. Hey? I didn't have my selector on. I was like, why are you not?
I mean, yesterday I couldn't drag a single token into my maps.
You see it now stretching and appearing out of the bookcases, but this time it seems different. Instead of this sort of long, sinuous neck as it grows out, you just see it's like paws emerge, and each of its little toes is a rat tail. And they're just sort of... This does qualify as a valid target for you.
So I'm gonna flail it.
Flail it!
Flail it!
New from the makers of Bop It. No. 13 does not hit.
Not even a rat?
I mean, my 17 didn't hit it.
I feel like
Wait,
I feel like we've moved past the point of this being a rat. It literally has rat tails for fingers, and its neck is like Play-Doh meets like gumbo.
Details.
That's fair. Because I was holding this, I don't get to use my extra attack, do I? I have like defend. Why don't I see it in my character sheet?
On the other hand, I don't think a 10 hits you as the little tail fingers attempt to swipe at you.
Just tie them all together. Make a little rat king.
Oh.
And it didn't disappear this time. Your turn, Penelope.
Can I free action shout?
Sure.
Okay, so I will free action shout, "It's back!" And then I will also say, because the Kenku is good at repeating things, I will say east, west, north, just because I want it
East,
to be
west,
able to...
north.
Yep. Got it. I don't know if that'll actually stick, but it's fine. Cool. So then I will hate this thing a lot, and I will try and flail it twice.
Flail me.
I have a feeling that nothing I do is going to hit, but why not?
Is the hating it a free action?
It's a bonus action.
Wow.
Okay.
Is that a wow good? No, that's a double crit fail on that attack.
Oh, nice.
Your arm falls off.
Oh, this is
Your
not
arm
the first
becomes a
time I've
rat.
rolled a double crit fail before either, so I still get a second attack, but just...
Wow. I'm just struggling with even how to interpret this in a way that doesn't feel overly onerous to you. I don't know. I'll make it bad for Arthur instead. You swing through and you just shatter it's a flail that you were bringing over your head. A good 10 feet of shelves just got shattered down. And books are strewn over the floor next to you. The rat, little rat tails were
How
sort
much
of
psycho, what's the word?
Psychic
Damage does Arthur...
the little rat tail fingers will catch a book out of midair and toss it across the room.
And I will just go, no, 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 oh, no, no, no.
Books deserve my respect.
God damn it.
Incidentally, Tyler asked me, is it okay if I play a Kenku? Because, some DMs don't like the mimicry, and I'm like, do it.
It's beautiful, especially because I think you just threw that back in my face. I can't, switch out. I can't switch out to a different weapon in between my extra attack, right?
Not really, no.
So we'll flail again.
We sure will.
I'm
the
sorry.
Best verb.
I'm sorry. No!
You better
That's
be sorry.
amazing.
Wow.
How did I just roll 3 crit fails in a
I'm so proud of you. What are the chances of that?
Very, very, very low.
Rachel, that's so bad. It's impressive.
Because a hero is 1 in 400,
that's
I think.
8,000
That's my
to 1.
tagline, Tyler.
Yeah.
Thank you.
These
The odds of
rolls
that are
have been
8,000
flailing.
to 1.
So bad it's impressive.
Yeah.
God
You-
damn it. I feel like, I will say, whatever happens to me, I feel like Penelope will straight up just throw her flail to the ground and just be like, no, 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 oh God, no, oh God, no.
So you go to
Bad.
you rear back to flail at this thing again, and the flail kind of catches on one of the shelves that you sort of splintered through, and as it does, you move to brace yourself and put your foot right on one of the books that's spilled, and just tip yourself backwards. You are now prone, and your flail is on the ground next to you.
Oh no! I literally like threw my flail out as we were falling. Like
Okay, so as you're falling, you're just like, be gone!
I'm like, no, it's something. It's wrong. It's wrong. Something's wrong. I'm sorry. I'll fix it.
So you are prone.
Can I use half my movement to get up, or is that I have to wait till next turn?
Sure, that will provoke an opportunity attack, you believe, from the little rat hands.
Oh well, will it? Using my movement to get up provokes it?
Yeah.
It does?
It's movement inside its range.
Okay.
Oh.
I thought it was only if I left. It's like
This is,
No, that's a home rule.
this is our
I'm a-
house. This is
Yeah.
the homebrew is if you're moving inside its range, because otherwise, as I once demonstrated, I had a character who had 90 feet of walking speed. I'm like, I can just run in little circles for like 180 feet around you, and apparently you do nothing.
I did not know that. Nero doesn't have to worry about those things because he can just
I was gonna say,
disengage.
you're just used to playing a character that's auto disengage.
Yep, sure am. I was like, what are you talking about? Can I? So I mean, I know that this will also provoke an attack of opportunity. I mean, well, what made it go away last time? Do we know?
Don't know. I like how
But
you're
it
now just like, can I make it vamoose?
Well, I'm like, it just went. So there's a lot to happen in between, so it might not attack me.
Let's find out.
So yeah, so my wondering is if I want to try and scramble away from it, or if I want to just stay and stare at it. I feel like I'm just gonna say that I'm stunned and I would stay on the ground staring at it.
Okay.
I'm actually not staring at it, I'm staring at the bookshelves that I destroyed. And all of the books.
Grahia.
Grahio's just had a day, and he sees this rat thing, and he's seen Stranger Things, not the TV show, but he's gonna go ahead and he's going to cast Suggestion on the rat. And assuming the creature can't be charmed, let's see, what does it have to roll? It must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and give you the piece of feedback that you cast it, and you're pretty sure this thing cannot be charmed.
Oh, dang it!
It feels it feels like it just didn't need to. Like, you can kind of feel when something rebuffs your spell. This just sort of slid off of it. You also feel. I'll give you a cookie, though. As you magically reach out to try to suggest something to this thing, you feel immense knowledge.
Immense knowledge.
Yes.
Rat's seen some shit.
It is the book.
That's Dr. Rat to you. Thank you.
I feel immense knowledge emanating from the rat, or just in general, and I don't really understand what immense knowledge feels like.
From the rat, you just feel that. I always view any of the sort of suggestion, charm, any of the things that are more mental spells as there's a brief mental link between the targets, and you just feel this like enormous well of knowledge from touching this thing's mind.
Interesting. Well, that was my action. So, I am very sorry to announce to the group, but I believe the rat is impervious to at least my magic. Do with this as you will. And I mean, I don't really see a point in me moving anywhere. So yeah, I guess it's my turn.
Okay. Arthur, you have heard the shouted thing of east, west, north. You do see Paige triumphantly holding a slightly glowing music box. looking very pleased.
Yes. So Arthur is going to start running in the eastern direction. And then something is going to continue nagging at him, and he is actually going to turn around and run back to the bookshelf and try and put some of these books in a nice, neat pile on the floor and everything else that was just destroyed.
Okay, you get inspiration at this point. And I will say that this one will probably be an action, like this will be your round if you're trying to put these
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. And I am on some level aware that I'm putting myself in the range of the rat that apparently has not disappeared, and I am still just doing it.
Very nice. Leg.
Blank. Blank. Sorry.
Never apologize.
Oh God, why have I done this to myself? So I think Bleg is terribly not okay with there being a rat nearby, but also she's like not that kind of rogue, so she's not even gonna bother pulling her bow out. Instead, can I ask? So Galway, I can take basically insightful fighting. So I gain the ability to decipher an opponent's tactics and develop a counter to them. As a bonus action, I can make a wisdom insight check against a creature that isn't incapacitated, contested by its charisma deception check. If I succeed, I can use sneak attack against that target, even if I don't have advantage. Can I, when you assist somebody else, you can give them advantage on like an attack roll, right?
Correct.
So can I use this to assist without like a weapon, just like giving orders of like shoot it in its tail paw?
That's a phrase.
Sure, we can say you can do that.
Cool, yeah. So I'll give Meek advantage, and I'll just be like, it seems to be weak to very efficient smashing and some other smart things that I can come up with.
Does it weak to those?
I don't know.
Yeah, none of us have hit it yet, have we?
I thought
You have to, but you have your insightful fighting. You have to roll, don't you, for that?
Yeah.
Or are you saying?
Oh
like,
yeah. Do you want me to roll for it?
Yeah,
Well,
we'll still do
okay.
the roll.
Then it's an insight roll. Legend. Nat
nice.
20.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
good,
you
good.
definitely got that.
Counterbalance my triple
Yeah.
fail.
And then I guess just as like another bonus action, can I inspect the area around the rat? I know that like before we inspected the book and it wasn't weird, but now that it's like still sticking out, can I see anything like in particular?
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Cool.
22.
Yeah, much better.
The rat is only partially tangible.
Okay.
Like it's not fully physically there.
Yeah. I'll kind of relay that. I'll be like, y'all, I don't like it's like a ghost. If y'all have like God, I hate magic. If y'all have magic or magical weapons or anything like that, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it's
Sorry
magic.
if magic makes you uncomfortable.
Wait, can you say that as a Kenku?
Yeah, because he's writing down fucking phrases that we've all said, and I definitely said
Oh my
that.
gosh. Yeah,
Yeah, I was
you're
gonna
right.
say he is playing a character that is nothing but callbacks.
Yeah.
Because
He's really
I said
good
that
at it.
to you.
I'll shoot Tyler, what was your
So
character's
good.
name? I'll shoot Paige Turner a glare, and then I'll turn to God and end my turn.
Did you say then I'll turn to God?
And end my turn. Yeah. My turn's over.
Paige.
Great. Okay. Page Turner, who has been silently chanting to himself the directions. We're going. Oh God, I have to consult my memory directions. East, west, north. Yeah. Okay. So. 30. You made it, right?
Yep.
I can't.
Yeah, if you
I
take
don't
the
know how to
dash action, you should be able
It
to
was
make
35 to get there.
Yeah, it would have been a double move.
Yep. And you see, you hear the horns, and they sort of pull into the box, and now the door is quiet.
I hold it up again.
I believe you still have 25 feet of movement if you dashed.
Nice. We're gonna start making our way to the west now.
Woohoo!
I didn't have to consult my notes twice.
I love the idea of just like a bird, like a hopping around, like gotta go.
If it helps you, the code is actually sewn. SEWN is the order of the south,
Nice.
east, west, north. So just think sewn. There you go.
Nice. I love it.
Oh God, that's part of the puzzle. We're gonna get sewn shut.
Okay, so with my advantage granted by me, by Egg,
I thought you said granted by me. I was like, oh.
by me, I will fight this thing. So question, in her insightful fighting, comboed with her insight that this thing is only semi-corporeal, would that mean that she would have been able to say something along the lines of like, hit it with X type of, or like, don't bother with, magic, or only magic will hurt it, or something like that? Or is that just like, this is the best we can do, and I'm still going to try and do physical damage to this because Meek is not a smart woman?
I think, as Greyho just lordums, I think that Meek would be much clearer, because it's partially tangible, about how to hit the tangible parts, and that's how we'll sort of read the advantage.
Okay, then I will swing, and my bonus has gone down because my strength is -1. So
24.
She's not bitter at all.
Hits.
Hey, first time.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh, fuck. I didn't rage before. Can I have raged?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm not used to playing a barbarian. So, okay. My ancestors come back into being around me. Like whatever Egg told me, they're like, well, of course it's only semi-corporeal, Meek, like, and just start razzing me about like not having realized this before. Like, didn't you notice its little ghost hands? And that's, then I hit it. And now,
Little ghost hands.
The first creature I hit with an attack on my turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinder its attack until the start of your next turn. Has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against me, because my ancestors want me dead. And when the target hits creature with an attack, that creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
You just made Ancestral Guardian.
Can I
so
see? So can I see your ancestral?
Yeah, you guys can
assholes?
see they're like spectral, and they're just standing around me, just like
judging you. Like,
and I will roll again to attack.
So straight up, I am just picturing Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets Christmas Carol as like what is happening right now.
Okay.
Grehio sees this happen and is just like, all right, I will ask her later about this. This is very interesting.
This is very
right.
interesting.
So 24 to hit,
Hits.
which I know hits. Oh, bummer.
I will
We
say
got the
you
two
don't
ends
feel
of
like
the-
those did quite full damage. Like it seemed like it resisted over the table. It seemed like it resisted that type of damage. Anything else?
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I used 15 feet of my movement to get here.
Yes.
So I'm going to use I just want to step out of its threatened area so that it's either forced to follow me or take a disadvantage attack against somebody else.
And it'll be able to attack you as you move.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because Penelope didn't stand up.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take.
I 100% get the plan you're going for, and yes, you can definitely do that.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Imagine a 25 hits you.
That hits. All right. Let me draw another one of these fucking cards. I lose more strength. We're in trouble.
No, it's gonna be like your leg falls off.
Then we're not in trouble. It's fine.
Oh, we're fine.
And -1.
Oh,
Can
my
you still
God.
speed? What's your int at now?
You can't have it hit 0.
It was at 9. It was at 10. Now it's at 9.
Oh, okay.
So
I
now
thought
it's
you
a
had an int of
-1.
like 8, and you were like, now I'm
No.
at 7. What color is paint? And how does it taste?
I think one of my racial bonuses was like a plus something to intelligence, which is how I got to a 10 instead of a minus whatever. All right.
The ancestral guardian that is now sitting sort of heckling the rat, that was the same one that flickered before, is now almost entirely transparent.
Meek is actually like, is this how I get rid of you? And is now contemplating maybe just getting fucked up by this rat.
You're not allowed to get fucked up until after I ask you many questions.
But if it gets rid of him.
Oh.
I really like that it's moved from Italian into Russian.
Penelope, I believe a nat 20/29 will hit you.
But is that
Me?
disadvantage?
Oh, you're right. It's a disadvantage. Well, it would be 15 because it had advantage because she's prone, but that's still the same thing. It would have been disregard. Does a 15 hit you?
Does a 15 hit me? It does not.
Nice.
Yeah,
Now
my
it did.
ancestors were like, you stupid fucking rat, and like kind of smack it as it starts to go for Penelope.
Sort of
Oh, I am so happy that
I love the idea that your ancestors could definitely kill this rat if they wanted to. They're like on the same plane. They're
They
just
want
like,
this
what are you
rat to kill
doing?
me.
Like,
and
Yeah,
it
they're
has
like-
disappeared.
yeah,
Galway, could we hide the deck again? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. It disappeared, and it is your turn, Penelope.
throwing ghosts.
It disappeared. Okay. I am going to turn to Arthur, and I'm going to have tears in my eyes.
Oh, Arthur does
Going
too.
and I'm going to say, Arthur, I'm so sorry. I know we have only just met, but I promise you I love and respect books as much as you must. It was an accident. And I'm sorry,
Arthur's-
books need to be respected. Our friend Paige is right. I'm gonna need you to we will clean this. I promise I will do everything in my power to fix the mess that I have made. We need to move away from the bookcases. I believe that we have solved the puzzle and are in the process of fixing it. We need to move away from the bookcases. I need you to trust me. And
Arthur is looking at you with tears in his eyes, and he's just.
Do I get the sense that he will not leave with me then? Or that he, like, on his turn, do I get the sense that, like, he is super like, no, I must do this? Or do I get the sense that he'll be like, yeah, I don't want to leave, but I will?
Yeah, you get the sense after your speech that he will leave, but he won't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
This definitely wasn't me checking if I needed to cast a command on you.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Jesus.
So I am going to use half my movement to get up, right? Or like what do we decide? It's 15 is the normal thing because it's not actually always half because that's insane. And then I will move. Let me just see. Oh, can I like? Okay, sorry. I know how things work. So I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20. Gonna move over here, and I can still do an action. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
You sound so excited. Huzzah. Options.
I'm going to. I see that that it is Meek that keeps getting like fucked up by these here weird rat terrible things. So I am going to cast Sanctuary on Meek. So that hopefully I have to make a wisdom save or attack somebody else.
But if I attack on my turn, I lose Sanctuary, right?
Oh, do you? Oh, you're right. So no, I will cast another protecty thing, which is, I always forget that that's actually part of the thing. Shield of Faith. So as long as I keep
Yeah.
up concentration for 10 minutes, you have a +2 to your AC.
Cool. Thank you.
I just am like, I see that you keep getting like the whatever sucked out of you, and I'm just like, this is not good. And so I will cast Shield of Faith on you. And that's my turn.
Grahio. You're muted.
Yep. Quick over the table. What was the reasoning behind getting people away from the bookshelves?
There's a ghost rat coming out of them trying to kill everyone.
Yeah, I mean. Oh,
So what I
cool.
said specifically was that we seem to have figured out the puzzle and are
Yeah.
in the process of solving it. So while we're doing that, let's get away from the bookshelves because the rats are continually there. Like there doesn't seem to need like we're not doing anything to them necessarily right now, and my hope is that when we solve the puzzle that they go away. I don't know that I'm right, but that was my rationale, that like let's at least not make ourselves easy targets for these weird giraffes and toe tails and whatnot, and let's stay away, try and solve the puzzle and see if it makes them go away. That's all.
So to my character's knowledge, like we basically need to take the music box to each of the doors in a certain order.
West
right?
and then north now.
Oh, and so by the way, the reason that I posted that little lore dump was because it was talking about woven cloth with threads and you'd said sewn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. I think Grehio like understands that there's a puzzle that's being solved, but I don't think he has really any reason to believe that solving it's going to stop the rat.
Sure.
And therefore he just wants to do everything he has to do to get back to his bodies. And so he is going to pull his sleeves back, and he's just going to march right on up to the rat, where if it's still there.
No, it's gone.
Oh, dang
That's
it.
why I was able to move without attack of opportunity or anything like that. And that's why I especially told Andrew to leave, because he is a wizard and he is very, very weak.
Look what happened. He just left.
I know. That's what I fucking get.
Yeah. My phone killed the call because it's overheating. Oh,
Oh,
that stinks.
no!
He's going to try his computer again.
Good God.
This is just like last night. It's the worst.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna get reactionary, ready to cast a spell as soon as I see a rat, and I'm gonna, regardless, I think I'm gonna go up to a bookcase, and I'm going to ready inflict wounds.
Arthur, who just came back. Well, Andrew.
Yay! But he's still spinning boxes.
Yes.
The rat's taken him.
I like how we started the night concerned about Elisa's internet.
Right.
Which has
You can-
proven
Sam,
a reasonable fear.
You can hold a spell from far away, right? If you're going to be attacking it with a spell, you don't need to be
not
next
not
to it.
Right.
not inflict wounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's touch.
That's
Right?
a melee spell.
I didn't hear which spell you wanted, but that's because I'm a distracted asshole. So we should just type to Andrew. What does he want to do on his turn?
Y'all, I'm listening to the Stranger Things soundtrack, and it fits this like perfectly. It's so dramatic. I'm just like, what's happening?
Nice.
I wonder if Andrew just tries to connect with audio and not video.
Mm.
Andrew says, "Where's the box?" Doesn't Page Turner have the box?
Yep,
Yes.
that's what I typed in.
Oh, yes. I have the
Yeah,
box.
you know, for the people at home who can't see Discord.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
Do more than dead air.
Andrew's internet is a thing. Okay, cool.
Wait, but Andrew also had said he would move, right?
Yeah, 5, 10, 15. Scoop up the Kenku.
Oh.
20, 25, 30.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I weigh 70 pounds.
5, 10.
Can you chuck the Kenku?
Yes.
Throw the
Projectile Kenku. Meow.
He actually will be able to drop you by the other door.
hot dog.
And you will again hear the sound rise, pull into the box, and the box sort of glows and shimmers again.
Hot dog.
Racing it up.
Blag.
Blag.
I just want Paige to start saying that. Blag.
I don't know what to do. Can I cry? Can I just like curl up and be like, why am I here? No, I'll jump down and kind of walk back over to this middle part. It hasn't changed at all, right? Like none of the lights have lit up or anything?
Nope.
Okay. And when I have the blue journal, right? Can I like run it over the different circles just to make sure it doesn't like magically turn into a thing that fits there?
You can. Doesn't seem to.
Okay. Well, I just figured because colors. Then I'll kind of just cheer them on and be like, go, go, go. You
Nice.
got this, team. Look at
Page
y'all
Turner.
doing physical labor. Oh my God. Y'all, it's
Yeah,
getting
It'll take
my
a
brain is
dash
shutting
action, but you
down.
can get to the next
It's
one.
9 o'clock.
Great.
Listen,
Yeah,
don't judge
go
my
ahead and do
grandma looking ass.
You get there. You hear a sort of drumming building to a massive crescendo, and like sort of with a crash, the box pulses, glows, and you turn back to everyone and sort of hold the box up triumphantly. And you and Bleg notice from the circle, a tiny ghostly rat hand drop a coin or a medallion into one of the slots. It's actually the one right in front of you, Bleg.
Tiny ghostly
Yeah.
rat hands.
And you can see on it the image of a music box. And then there is a pulse of light.
Nice. I
and you all
Oh.
find yourselves in a different room.
Oh my god, okay.
Oh, beans.
Are we still in combat?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we take a
Okay.
break to
We're
see
going to
if
take a
Andrew
break
can-
here. Yeah,
Okay.
let's go ahead and take a
Cool.
break. You find yourselves in an entirely new room that feels very, very different and looks very, very different, though it has some similar features.
Like a
we're gonna-
rat? I still
Like
see
a
a rat.
giant ghost rat.
That was a mistake.
Okay.
The rat
Like
is
the
just
circle in the middle of the
waiting for you.
room. Like,
Hey guys.
Rat!
No, I was trying to copy and paste your tokens, but apparently I still had the rat. We're going to take a quick break. Hopefully we can see if Andrew's technology fully recovers in the meanwhile. We'll be back in 9:25 Mountain, so about 7 minutes. That sounds good to everybody?
Yay.
Bye.
Bye.
we go. Haha. It's fine. Slobs is working perfectly well. It's fine. There are no tech goblins. Welcome back, everyone. Our adventuring party has managed to clear a room in the Library of Souls? Question mark? 2 people working there had never seen it before. That's normal. There was a little bit of a rat problem. Fine. Nothing major. And having gathered the sounds of seal song ish into a music box, the party now finds themselves in a new room, having been transported apparently by brilliant light. Paige, you are still holding the music box. And now, like, if you sort of pop the lid back open, you hear the sounds of seals barking.
Blag.
Blag.
I'm gonna go ahead and just give that to Blag. I feel like this is its real home.
I will take it and hug it gently and look at it with the first fond look that I've given something for the entire night.
Aw. Can I look at the circle to see if the writing is the same?
Yes.
And which circle is filled in?
The writing is the same.
The exact same? And I
Yes.
still don't know what the fuck it means?
Correct. And
Cool.
the north and east slots now
okay.
have medallions in them. The north still has a scroll sort of embossed on the medallion, and the east has a music box embossed on the medallion, which now you all can see. Blag saw it before.
Blag.
Okay, so it definitely seems like we need to get medallions, but I don't know.
We need to get medallions.
I think
Yes,
the
thank you.
medallions are a product of our actions within the room. So I think that everybody should spread out and carefully look around. Meek, you come with me.
Hey, Galway. I'm looking over here.
Okay.
Is that something on fire?
No, it's not. Well, do you mean the thing that's on the ground, sort of splashed
This.
out? Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's not on fire. That looks like
A
cement.
bag of flour. Oh, cement.
Like a bag of
nice.
cement that's spilled open.
Oh, a bag of cement.
Um,
We're going over that.
As long as like while I just almost said Min, right? What the hell is my Bleg? As long as Bleg is over next to Meek, she'll kind of like motion and be like, hug. I need it. Like separate from the group.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cast
that
that if
me?
I
I'm
accidentally
sorry.
casted something.
Yeah, that was you. Sorry, I saw you eating, so I was like, oh no.
okay, no, I just heard a roll, and I'm like, did Elise put in a roll for hug?
I'll roll for
No.
I roll
Yes,
athletics.
Meek 100% opens up her arms and just gives you the best hug.
Yeah, and then I like pull away and I like brush myself off, and I'm like, okay, back to work.
Meek,
Okay.
Nobody saw.
Meek's big chunky elf self loves the big chunky hugs.
Can I do a perception check of just the room as
Sure.
a base?
And Graham, where would you like to go? Are you staying near the middle, or are you moving to some?
I think I'm gonna go over to this workbench, and I'm probably gonna cast Augury, but give me a little bit to think of what it is I'm asking.
That's a
Good
5.
God.
Also,
5 and a
Meek would just
6.
be giving the assist action or something like it. She is proficient in perception, but not investigation. If that changes anything with like your calculating of DCs
I'm the
for
opposite.
egg.
Sure. All right. So we've sort of scattered to the 4 corners of the room. We will resolve this going in sort of clockwise order from Egg, Bleg, and Meek. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. There's a couple of tables with papers sort of scattered over them, a couple of books.
Ooh, is that a mug cake? What is that? Is that hot chocolate? Oh my god, I'm so jealous right now.
I made tea.
Okay, but I get advantage, right?
Yes,
because
15.
Okay, so it's not like the end of the world. Holy crap, my rolls are bad. Y'all have a +9 for investigation.
I did consider the
Oh,
fact
that
that
must
10 was
be
a
so
fumble.
hard for you to have a fumble.
I haven't rolled above like a 4. Well, except for like 2 vice.
With the
but...
15 on investigation, you find several books.
Cool.
Sorry, trying to get these out, and I also have push to talk on.
Aww.
So in the first stack of papers, you see a work plan that's laid out. And I put this in everyone's journals just so that they can see them. And this feels like the handwriting style is very old. And it describes several stages of a project. And I remember to put it on stream this time. Stage 1, study the ceiling object and test its energies. This is marked as complete. Stage 2, determine if we can affect it. Complete. Stage 3, determine if it is safe to live near it. Complete. Stage 4, construct the library to conceal the presence of this object.
Oh.
Stage 5, elevate the temple to be the temple of all souls. Stage 6, construct a new temple, construction to be funded partially by the text is there illegible. So Bleg, you've been in Gold Harbor for most, if not all of your life, and you certainly know that there was the Temple of All Souls, and then incidentally, they built a library to house the temple's records, but the temple predates it massively, and that has always been the story. This would appear to be something very not that. The other thing that you see is a set of work records. This looks like it's just a general sort of journal. The Crown has approved the creation of a group to oversee this thing. The Tenders, they will be called. We've had to define an entirely new structure, but it should work. The researcher said there was no danger, but accidents are becoming more and more common. These are good people I'm working with, and yet I've lost fewer workers with companies of greenhorns. Martins fell from the window he was working on. Karst shattered his own leg with his hammer. And Pernafay, the less said, the better. They told us there wasn't any danger, but why are the fittings all requiring silver? Don't do that fancy shit for storage rooms.
Well, if it's a fancy storage room.
Blake has a fancy storage room.
Blake has a fancy, with like carefully, have you seen Lauren's kitchen at least, with like carefully, like everything's organized by like little crates and labeled. Okay, so I will kind of scoop up the papers, and after I'm sure I've gotten all of them in this corner, I will head back towards the center once everybody else has kind of had their business.
Greyheo, you are over there and you see, give me an investigation check.
Guidance on this, by the way.
Nice. Let's make that 21
So,
better. 25.
Nice.
Okay, with a 25 investigation, you're looking through, there are several large crates. There's a sort of on the east wall, there's a scaffolding with sort of a platform that's been built up and construction is going on. Whatever this room is, it is definitely still under construction. And as part of that investigation, and also to answer your earlier question, Rachel, because I forgot you made a perception roll. Didn't roll real well, and then we kind of
It was a 5, so
the room is about 75 by 75. There are 4 doors, one in each of the walls. There is a platform in the middle of it with the sigils in it. So it seems like this is the same room, but it's under construction. The floor is stone, not wood. And you can see a scaffolding now, and up on one of the walls by where that scaffolding is, they're starting to lay in sort of wood paneling for the walls. There are crates of tools, crates filled with any construction equipment, etc., tools laying on top. And on the table right where you are, there's a series of tools, and there's also a series of molds. And with that 20...
There's a series of what?
Molds, like casting molds. And with your 25, you notice that not only are there several molds, but there's one that hasn't been used yet. Like all of the others, you can see like wax and sort of metal spatter on them so that they've been used. One still hasn't been used, and it looks like it's in the shape of a key. So what'd you like to do with that?
Has it dawned on my character, the thing that has dawned on me, that time fuckery seems to be a very real thing? Like, has it occurred to my person that this is the same room?
It seems very likely to you that this is the same room. It has the same sigil, or it has the same platform in it. It's got the same coins in it, although there is also an element to this of, is it the same? You would suspect something with time, but at the same time, the fact that there are now 2 medallions laid in, and one of them is the one you just put in, also makes this additionally strange, if that makes sense.
Time fuckery is afoot.
So it could be time fuckery. It could be like plain fuckery.
Well, and it could also be like you're moving through time. It's a little bit difficult to tell. Because yes, you absolutely, with your investigation roll, get that this seems like it is the same room.
Are we discussing this at all, or this is all happening in...
I'm kind of doing this simultaneously, and then I'm assuming you'll join back up in the middle as we've resolved people.
Yeah. Do I see, like, so you said there's a lot of equipment. Is there everything here that I would need to make a new key from this mold?
There is not the kind of smelting metal you would need. But
I purchased some smelting metal before this investigation.
but outside of that, yeah, you see the tongs, you see everything you would need, you see the clasps you would need to fasten the mold closed. You see sort of all the pieces that you would to do this metallurgical work. Right there, you do not have a furnace, though you do see one on the other side of the room.
I would just kind of pick up the mold and first I guess I would ask, party, does anyone here possess the magic of I guess a mold earth would suffice, or perhaps I don't know if prestidigitation could do the thing, but I have this mold and nothing to create the key with it. But perhaps we could make something to create the key.
Yeah, that's usually going to be more like a druid kind of magic in my experience. I mean,
Or
I
like,
don't really have
I
the
don't
kind of.
know, cement, like a regular person who doesn't even need magic.
Okay, I was just answering his question, but I suppose you could also answer it at the same time with the root one. That's also fair. Yes, we could do the cement as well if we wanted to do it non-magically, but I was just saying I don't know that we can because I don't have that kind of magic. That's not the kind of magic that I have. I don't think it's the kind of magic that he has. He rubbed ointment on his eyes and could see things, but I don't think that he can mold
Yes,
earth. I just,
my concern with cement is that it is not a delicate thing, and a key is a very delicate,
I don't know if
small
you could make a
object.
cement key, could you? Is there any uh, things that can I do an investigation check to see
Yeah, I was
if
gonna
I
say
can
we'll
find?
keep going around, and as you're hitting the cart now, this area seems like it's been set up as kind of like a rest area. There's a food with some table with there's a food with some table on it. There's a table with some food on it. There's actually a campfire just sort of set up on the bare stone of this, and then there's a cart that has several sort of boxes and crates in it. Give me
I'm
an
gonna investigate it.
Go investigate it.
I'm going to investigate.
22.
Thank God.
Guidance.
Oh, since he knew I was looking around for him.
I mean, literally, I know that everyone is doing something to try to get
Well,
us
you
to bamf
specifically
out of here.
asked to look, and I'm responding to what you asked too.
That
So
one makes the most sense. 26.
26.
So you find a couple of boxes. They're mostly food supplies. Like it sort of fits. You see some not so much I'm trying to think, not like clothing, like changes of clothes, but like work aprons, gloves, sort of clothing equipment for doing this kind of work. You find a small sort of coin purse with 15 pieces of silver in it. And you find a chest with a sort of elaborate lock on the front of it.
So I'm going to narrate everything I find as I find it. So I'm just going to be like, okay, it's some, food preparation, and I think it's got some, here's some weird work clothes. I don't know if we want to put those on for protection when we do some smelting. It's very important to have protection from heat. I've also got these coins. I think that you could melt them. They're silver. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, it doesn't have to be you. We could melt them. Whoever wants to melt them can melt them at the forge.
Wait, did you say there's silver?
I did. They're just regular silver coins like you would have in your own purse, though I'm sure you probably have more gold and platinum. You look like a fancy lady. But these are silver, and then there is also this chest. But here's the thing. I would prefer if somebody could try to actually open it, because the last time when we did the smashing, there was the rats. And so maybe just if we could avoid the rats this time by maybe just opening without the smashing. But I can't open chests very well. Can anybody open chests very well? That's not really my strength.
I have a question for Galway. When it says, why are the fittings all requiring silver? What does it mean by fittings?
As you kind of almost look around in response to that, or if you see, you can see like door locks and bolts and lots of things that would be used to close and keep something shut, all of which are made out of silver, apparently.
Okay.
And you would actually, probably you would quite well know, silver can be used either to imbue magical properties or to restrain them.
Would I be somebody, like, in any of my experience and things at where I work and whatnot, would smelting metal be a thing that I would be in any way, shape, or form familiar with? or like working things, or
It could be. I think it's quite possible that it could be for you. We do know that Paige is wearing obviously homemade armor. It's not great, but it's metalwork.
I was gonna have Paige work on the chest and try to like maybe. My thought was I could try and do this myself and have Paige try and unlock the chest, because Paige raised their hand when I asked if anybody could unlock a chest.
Well, it's not going to take that long to unlock the chest, is it? But also, I'm not so sure that the chest, like once we find whatever is inside the chest, I think we're going to start getting creepy effects, whether we smash the box or not.
It's going to be a giant rat in the chest.
Okay, so we can work towards smelting the key first.
Well, I mean, so we were going in a circle. Did we come back to the middle, and did I get to like read everybody out the papers and make sure everybody knows about that stuff at some point? Just to make sure
we
that
haven't finished the circle yet.
Finish.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we haven't finished the circle. Okay.
Paige and Arthur. In this area, you can see tools laying up against the forge. The furnace of the forge itself is lit. It seems hot. There are ladders sort of reaching up where you can see work having been done. There are droplets of silver sort of on the floor into the stone, so that it does look like maybe molten silver was being poured here at some point, and may have splashed. The things sort of behind you are large stacks of timber, and it looks like the wall facing is in there. And there's a couple of pairs of gloves just like sitting sort of up on the furnace, not in a place where they're in danger of catching on fire or anything, just sort of laid right there, as if someone had just been working. And yeah, that's about all you find in that corner. You do find some more tools that look like they're used for smelting, forge work, but that's about it. And yeah, at this point, if you want to, everyone can reconvene in the center.
As we reconvene at the center, is there anything different in the indentations?
Actually, sorry, I meant to double check something. Arthur, could you give me a quick investigation check, or actually perception, or your choice?
Either.
Yeah. A 9.
It's not a 1, but it's a 2. It's not a 1, but it's a 2.
You do have inspiration, because I did give you that.
I'll take the 9.
Okay. You sort of look at the bag of cement that's splayed open, and you kind of look at it for a second, and it looks like it's torn across the top, not so much cut open. Like, it doesn't look like it was being used and then dropped. It looks like something might have scraped it and pulled it open. But oh, right. Thank you. Sorry, I completely forgot. Thank you, Tyler, for having said this to me. Paige, in between two of the timbers as you're walking, because your passive perception is bonkers.
Yes.
You see a small volume, like a book, like slightly sticking out.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab that then.
You kind of have to like work it backwards, and you pull that out, and that. I went ahead and put it in all players' journals, but it's also in the antiquated log.
Got it.
And yeah, now you can all sort of reconvene in the center.
Sure.
How fresh does this book look? It says antiquated, but is it?
It looks very new. The dates are well before your own time. It's dated to almost 150 years. Actually, exactly 150 years before this adventure is taking place. But also, if this is the library being constructed, this book wouldn't exist for at least another 500 years.
Can I ask either if we could have a quiet moment to read it, or if somebody could read it out loud? Because I struggle
go
if
ahead
people
and-
are talking to read long paragraphs.
I
Sorry.
can go ahead and read out the antiquated logbook, because I think I read the other two already.
Yeah.
The book is dated to 1428 AC. It appears to be another logbook of the Temple of All Souls, recorded during the petrifying plague outbreak. It is almost too horrible to consider, but to not consider it would turn our backs on the reason that these people have died. Horrifying as it is to say, the petrification is another form of the cataclysm. We have all heard the stories, shuddered at the tales of the world being riven and torn. But there are many ways to break a world. It must be turned back. I have dispatched messages to my contacts in the Convocation, as well as to my quiet friend. Vola willing, they will be able to find a way to stop this. I have no further part to play, I am sure. Too many people have heard. Too many people spoke with me when I first began to figure this out. They will come for me. If you find this, and you knew me, and you see me yet walking, run. For I will be dead, and the thing wearing my appearance will feel nothing if it kills you.
Do I know who wrote this? Does this ring any kind of bells for me at all?
It appears to be a very old logbook. Like I said, it's 150 years old.
Right.
Obviously, they mentioned the Convocation. You
Yeah.
know of the petrifying plague. You all did. It was an affliction that spread across the world. It spread for several years. It then disappeared very suddenly. The fact that this is being suggested that this was... There's a cat in the background. The fact that it is being suggested that this was also the cataclysm is horrifying at best. It would seem to confirm for you, Penelope, some of the lines of thought that you've had that the cataclysm is not over.
Yeah, I would pull out my journal and start just furiously writing notes about the date and the Convocation and the person and the petrification cataclysm
and as a thing that is over the table, so characters wouldn't necessarily know this. Paige, it also confirms some of the things that your order believes. That the cataclysm is continuing, and may have even taken different forms. I also realized, just because we didn't read it, and as people maybe think quickly, I could read the librarian's logbook.
Yeah, before we do that, I just wanted to ask if Vola is one of like the main gods or something.
Vola is the divinity of healing. They are a well-known deity generally. They are one of just the divinities of... They would be the cleric domain of life, most standardly.
Okay.
and have I heard anything? Oh, sorry.
But a very common deity and a very long-lasting one, very similar to Bion.
Before I was sent here by the Convocation, had I been told anything about previous forays into the Library of Souls by the Convocation and or anything like that? Any kind of previous information? Or
certainly nothing that links to this.
Okay.
The Convocation, even traditionalists, keep an eye on magic. And the Temple of All Souls and the Library of Souls have magic. So you've interacted with them, but generally, especially for people like you, like traditionalists, the temple seems very responsible. Like, they're generally helpful, they are constructive, they are very careful with how they train people, and you've seen nothing with, for example, Grehio and Arthur that breaks that perception in any way. They are both clearly capable, they seem very polite, they seem very on task, if perhaps a bit concerned about whether the books have fallen, or very panicked about the dead bodies that they need to get back to, but you haven't seen anything that sort of shakes that view. So while you all think about this, just because I did want to read this other passage that we got to very late, and so I didn't want to interrupt it then, but the librarian's logbook, which is dated to just before you all were going into the temple. My studies are beginning to bear fruit. By coordinating the histories with the records here, I'm beginning to see the pattern. Slowly, but it's there. Hidden. Intricate. Monstrous. But there. My mind raced when I saw it, and I wasn't sure what to do. I think that I shall start by trying to define the pattern, then think more on it. I need to speak to Attendant Overseer Landrum. I'm quite sure I heard rats. This was incidentally discovered in the last room. My course proved wise. Just as I finished the pattern, satisfied myself that I had understood it backwards and forwards, I saw it. Like a rat's tail disappearing into a hole, there it was. Second pattern. To continue the metaphor, as soon as I lit the hole with a lantern, I saw the warren of tunnels. It isn't just one pattern, it's many, wrapped around and through each other, layered more intricately than any music or cloth. I'm only beginning to see them. Imagine a tapestry woven with a warp and a weft that they themselves were composed of cloth, and the threads composed of lives and fates. Monstrous, but beautiful. I really must speak to Attendant Overseer Landrum. The noise from the rats is beginning to interrupt my work. The final entry is from 10 days later, 3 days before you entered the temple. The ink is streaked and mottled, and the hand now shaky. Gods, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I looked and looked and looked and looked. I poked and prodded and proudly shook at the patterns, and then... Oh gods, I wish I hadn't. I took the pattern and applied it forward. I used the pattern to predict... Gods, no, I'm so sorry, Landrum. It wasn't rats. I know that now. I hear it for what it is. It's coming. I saw today, and I saw past it. I'm so sorry. It's here.
Great. Super
Perhaps it's
not
rats.
troublesome at all.
Not scary at all. No. Yeah.
So you all find yourselves with the documents that you've acquired standing in the middle.
Paige, you look like you've made some things. Are you good at making things?
I'm very good at it.
Can we trust you to use the key that our fellow over there, the mold that they're holding, and take these silver coins and make a key with it?
Okay.
Great.
While we're looking over the papers, I'll kind of like pull out the thermos and like pour a cup of hot cocoa and start sipping at it and offer the mug to Meek.
I'll take it and sip some.
Yeah. Pass it around.
Oh, sure. I like glance across everybody. I think Grehio, with my failed attempt at a hug earlier, this is my secondary comfort attempt, and I like hold the mug of hot chocolate out kind of slowly to Grehio.
Grehio's hands are shaking, and he looks up to you while he accepts this hot chocolate. This is so terrible. I have never left Georg for longer than I don't know, half an hour. He doesn't do well with distance, and neither do I. And this is
Can I rub your back?
But the rubbing of back would not bring me to Georg.
But it
or
might
to
just
Tabitha,
feel
or
nice.
Sorry if magic makes you uncomfortable.
I mean, listen, we're gonna get to Georg and Tabitha and your dead bodies as fast as we can, but I don't know how fast that's going to be because apparently we're now, I don't know. I don't think Georg has even been born yet, if I'm understanding correctly from all the dates and things, because it says the library is not done yet. So there is no Georg right now. And I know, but like there will be, but we just got to make.
I put a hand on Meek's shoulder and I'm like, just give him hot chocolate.
It is
I did. I'm trying.
Give him the hot chocolate.
Georg would. Oh God.
Isn't it better that he's not just waiting for you? I mean, he's not alive yet.
But if he is not,
Fascinating.
I am just. Georg would not be pleased if I return to him on the back of a dead cart. Do you understand?
Okay, but just a thought, it won't matter to you if Georg is not pleased because you'll be dead. So his pleasure or displeasure won't make a difference to you anymore because you'd be dead.
But every waking moment I have between now and the cold grip of death will be existed in pure agony and loss.
Yes, so I don't know if I would notice this, but you're actually prolonging it because we're not able to actually continue to work towards fixing this puzzle because you're very sad. And not that your sadness isn't important, but if I could just have that mold, I'm just going to pass it along to our friend over here and they're going to make the key and then we can get out of here. And if you need to moan a little bit, that's totally fine. But if we can just keep working while you're doing it, I think we can get you back to your friend soon.
Very good at it.
He's also very good at it.
I look over at you and I don't even respond. I just have the existential depression and forlornness just baked onto my face.
And I'm just gonna gingerly try and reach for the mold. Just gonna be like, I'm gonna just, if I could just take this and just try and like just that awkward, slow move towards your hand holding it and slowly just try to pull it out. Well, I won't like fight if you're gonna like grasp it, but
I'm holding on to the hot chocolate now.
No, so you don't have you'll let go of the mold?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
not good with emotions, so all of your emotions
The second hand will just sort
is a
of,
lot for me.
that have been holding the mold sort of slides around the hot chocolate, and Radio like manages to like curl over the mug. You now have
I'll have
mold.
my great axe and say I could hasten that along if you need, but I'd rather not.
Hasten the key making? With
no,
an axe?
he was saying every minute between now and the cold embrace of death, and I just thought if he doesn't want to live all those moments. But you know what? I realized that was actually just really overstepping my.
I appreciate your
I don't think I should do that.
solution-oriented mindset, but I think that maybe it's not the right solution for now.
Paige, you kind of have like reached around like the various people wielding great axes or sobbing and are like picking up the tools that you're pretty sure you need. You'd like take the bag of coin.
Well, I'm gonna hold the bag of coins in the molding and just back up.
Okay.
Just like
as you're
back up towards the forge, like
as you're moving away from the group, can I kind of like tap you on the shoulder and be like, let me see the mold real quick, like just for a moment?
Are you going to cry on it, or is it?
No, I'm not going to cry on it. And
There's just been a lot of crying, and I don't really know how to handle that, so I'm sorry.
Just don't approve of it and look away. And can I make an investigation check to compare? I'll give the mold back, but can I like look at it, the shape of the key, and try to compare it to the different locks that are around the room?
Sorry,
okay.
Wasn't pressing to talk. Sure.
Yeah.
Mercifully, I nodded as well.
And I'll give the mold back so that y'all can start forging while I look.
It's a very intricate key. like the teeth of it are quite intricate. So you look around the room. I'm gonna just fold it into the same investigation check.
I do have thieves' tools, so I can like feel the inside of locks with like a lockpick.
None of the doors have locks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and using sort of the thieves' tools to help check it, it seems like the lock on the chest that you found is the closest match that you can see.
The one that I have?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still holding onto it tightly. I'm very nervous.
You're holding a bag of coins, a mold, and a chest.
Yes. It's like this weird, awkward, like,
It's
fine.
I'm just going to say with a 19 investigation, Bleg is just going to walk up and be like, you're good. Okay.
Fine now? Could I go do the thing to get out? Okay. Friend Paige, let's go melt some metal. So I would go over there with him and
you and Paige will go over. Why doesn't Paige give me are you proficient with sort of like smithing tools?
I believe I'm proficient in artisans tools and alchemist tools.
You should have a special proficiency that allows you to make any set of tools that you need.
As an artificer?
An artificer in you have a thing where if you take a certain amount of time, you can produce the exact tools that you need for the job.
Well, I was just checking whether he had the proficiency of smithing tools generally.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Because he has the tools he needs. There are smithing tools.
He has everything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I have proficiency in smithing.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check with advantage, because we're going to say that Penelope is helping you.
Actually, sorry. It says for under tools, I didn't read this. I should have. I have proficiency in thieves' tools, tinker's tools, and one artisan's tools of my choice. Since we've said that I made the armor, could I justify saying smithing tools could be in there?
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Great.
So let's go ahead and say you have an intelligence check with advantage, or with
guidance,
with proficiency, and advantage and guidance.
Okay.
I love the idea of Grahio sitting there just like crying, but like looking over and being like, just do it, please.
Hasten either Grahio's return or the cold embrace of the grave.
All right, so there's my smithing tools. Okay, and then 15? I add a D4 to that, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Very nice. The guidance is rolling well tonight. 19. Very good. So you take a smelting pot and you sort of get the coins into it. You get the metal melted. You bind the mold together. You pour it in. You sort of get that heated, and then it's all going really well. You sort of cool it, you put it in one more time to temper it, and you're pretty satisfied that this is going to produce a key. As you pull the sort of the key out from the fire for the last time, or the mold out, around the tongs you see a hand reach out and grab, burning as it does. And this is not a fire elemental. This is an arm and a hand that is on fire.
Are they little rat
hands? Snatch the box?
I said, are they little rat hands or are they human hands? Oh my god! Is that a demi-lich?
No,
sorry.
No. It also doesn't matter. I'm
one
not
of the
using
skull enemies from Zelda that you have to like mop with your shield, so it goes out of.
So you, as it's coming out, you see as you, I assume, start moving back very quickly.
Well, I'm currently encompassed by that fucking token, so.
No, it's next to you.
No, I'm under it.
Oh.
My work, my art.
So you can. It's not occupying its full space yet, so you're still clear of it.
Okay. I'll back up.
But as you back up,
Cool.
Paige, and like take a step back from it, the hand just keeps following it. Like the arm is still stretching with you, and now you see another hand sort of come out, bone flaking away in the fire. You see it contort again and again as if it had multiple elbows, so it sort of wraps over itself like tiefling horns and then pulls itself forward. And you now do see a monstrously large humanoid form entirely on fire.
So
No. Does it seem nice?
Grahio is horrified. Like, he's gone from existential dread to just it's ineffable. I can't really describe what he's looking at, what he feels in this moment. But I know we're not even in like a turn order yet, but he's going to immediately like react with channel divinity turn undead on this thing. As an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer. I think I can just do that. Each undead that can see or hear me within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage.
Cool.
And then, there's a lot of additional effects, but I can say them if we'd like. If it works, I'll say them.
It doesn't work.
Okay, well, starting at, I assume this isn't going to work, but starting at 5th level, when a creature when an undead fails its saving throw against your turn undead feature. Oh, never mind.
That's extra stuff if it fails.
That's if it fails, yeah.
I'm not going to drop us into full turn order, just for expediting time, and I'm pretty sure that everyone's going to run entirely the fuck away from the terrifying creature. But it is going to swipe at you, Paige.
A bold assumption.
That checks out.
Nice.
But I don't know if I don't think a 10 hits you.
It sure doesn't.
Sort of clanks off of your armor with its sort of arms, which were rolling back over themselves to swipe at you. What would you all like to do?
Can I do a quick divine sense just to see if this is any of those fucking things? So it's celestial fiend or undead?
Sure isn't.
Where's whatever box we were talking about not smashing earlier? I want to go smash.
I think the box is in Penelope's arms.
Yeah, and I think I have the key.
And it seems like you have the key for that.
Cool?
Okay, then
is
never
it
mind.
cold
I
enough
would
to
like
work
to.
or... Oh, sorry.
Even if I take damage, I'll grab it and try and open the lock if that's doable.
Sure, and I want to hear what Elise said too,
Yeah.
because I didn't want to just talk over her.
Oh, I was gonna say, can I chuck my hand axes at the hands to try to buy them some time?
Yes. Go ahead
That's
and
why
give
they're
me
hand
a
axes.
couple of attack rolls, or one attack roll? Not sure. Are you dual wielding them?
I do have 2 hand axes, so I have 2 attacks. So if I can make 2 range weapon attacks on that. Hey, there's a natural 20.
That
Nice.
absolutely hits.
So I guess that does 7? Yeah. Okay, and then I'll throw my other one. That's an 8.
It doesn't hit. So the first one
Okay.
cleaves in, and I'm going to say it takes off the arm that was grabbing Paige, or rather, that was grabbing the tongs that were holding the mold, because that's sort of the side that you were on, and so that falls to the ground. Paige, you can now easily get to the mold. It is still quite hot. Are you past the point of caring about that?
Well, were you wearing gloves?
Yeah,
you were
I
wearing
am.
gloves to. You were wearing fire-resistant gloves, right, to do all this work, because those were definitely
They were.
around in the pile.
Yeah.
You're going to take 2 fire damage, because they're not meant
That's
for
fine.
grabbing the things that
Of
go in the
course,
forge.
I just meant like it wasn't barehanded,
But his feather's not entirely on fire.
Yay.
So you pull the key out, and you sort of turn, and you put the key into the lock. And in the narrative tension of this moment, I will say, Arthur, you are very familiar with the dead. You are familiar with sort of bodies. And that's possibly why you noticed before anyone else. The severed arm standing up, sort of onto its fingers. It is going to club at Paige. You live a blessed life, Paige. It's a 2. The main body is going to swing at Penelope. Does a 19 hit you?
Sure does. I don't
card.
wanna. No. Do I just hit draw?
Yeah. And then I think you can drop it to the table then.
1 card. Aw.
Your int goes down by 1.
No, but my smarts are my important thing.
Oh, did your strength go down by 1 in your very first turn as a barbarian?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't feel empathy if bad things already happened to you.
That's what I'm saying. Is like it sucks, man.
It's not what you were saying at all.
Can I
Oh, I just
I-
clicked that. I didn't mean to. Sorry.
can I tell what parts of it are tangible? If there's like intangible parts like the last one?
I'm just gonna let this roll over some through the last one. That's all tangible.
Okay.
That's a real physical thing that's super on fire.
Is
seem
it
real
like,
happy.
can I tell if it's like a completely different entity than the last one, or if it's just taking a different shape, given like what we've heard about it taking different shapes?
Give me a roll.
Okay.
Or whatever
insight?
your like insightful fighting is, or I think it's an insight roll.
Yeah.
Is that Greyho just like fucking booking it?
I was gonna say we should probably all like.
Yeah, I would like to
these
leave.
boys. Yeah.
You said we weren't in turn order, but I would have left before I got hit.
Well, you were holding the box for.
That's fair.
That's what it was reacting to, basically.
Oh.
It is
Yeah, we could have
definitely the
moved
same
for
thing.
that.
You were pretty sure.
It's the same?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll take out a perfume bottle and I'll like try to get. I have the cunning action, so I can take the dash action as my bonus action.
Mhm.
And then can I run up to it, take out the perfume bottle that I have, and spray it all over it, and then run away? Because look, here's my thinking. If it's the same monster, then we can just identify, because it keeps showing up in like random places. But what if we can smell it before it shows up?
Yes, you can do this. I will say that it will get an opportunity attack on you for the running away. I was mostly confused as I'm like, what do you want?
But also, perfume is a liquid and it's on fire, so there's that too.
Okay. I'm gonna say you're probably not putting out the like 10-foot burning monstrosity with.
Well, it's also perfume has some alcohol in it, doesn't it? So I mean,
100%.
Well, it's a nice perfume, so.
But yes,
extra alcohol.
it's alcohol.
I don't have combat abilities.
Does a 12 hit you? I don't think it does.
No.
So
It
it's
doesn't.
the severed arm swipes at you as you like spritz it down with perfume, and you run away. Paige, you have turned the key in the lock. The box swings open, and you see a medallion inside, embossed with the shape of a key.
Put it in the thing.
Great. I'm gonna attempt to get the hell out of Dodge, grab that there medallion, and take it on over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a
Feel free to take
disengage
a swipe
action
at it.
to run away.
Fair.
So, yeah, I
Doesn't
won't do anything else.
You can only move half distance if you use
That just
disengage.
means I can't use my action, right?
It's an action, correct? You can
Yeah,
move full
so
speed.
I'm like using that as my action to
Okay,
disengage. I
also,
won't do.
Paige needed to use the action to interact with the object, but continues to live a fucking blessed life. As he's just like, hey, I don't even need y'all to have fucking disadvantage. You just won't roll well to hit little Birdman. As he pieces out. Yeah, you are able to get back over there, and you drop it in the slot, presumably?
Yeah.
Very good.
I just sprayed a giant flaming skull with perfume and I have an intelligence of 17. Stats are gated by the player. God.
You're fine. Next, this weird room that we're in,
Oh,
we're gonna
cool.
fucking smell some perfume in a corner, and we're gonna know.
Yeah, you're gonna know.
That's a dragon. That's a
I'm
dragon.
pretty
Why
sure that's
did-
just a bat.
Why did Paige change her colors?
Oh,
It's
that's a fucking dragon. You are
the
correct.
skeleton, yeah.
changed
Sometimes I
which
don't know
color
about Galway,
Paige's
but
token was.
sometimes I just use them to represent.
I'm not
skeletons.
here. I don't exist.
Or is it a Draco Lich?
Thanks.
Is it a Draco Lich? Is it a
Where's the
Draco Lich? I
dragon?
guess we'll find out.
I didn't see a dragon.
It's the
It's
skeleton.
the bone.
Oh, the skeleton.
So
The
you
skeleton
find
that's very
yourselves,
clearly just
Sorry.
once again, a flash
a
of light.
pterodactyl, please.
It's TM off the dragon.
And you stand amidst
No.
devastation. Walls have crumbled and fallen, heavy stone debris is littered around the room. On the floor you see skeletons, some crushed under stonework, others just lying still. Each skeleton emits a blue glow. Some of them are still armed and armored, and on their chests you can see an emblem of a sun and moon balanced on a pair of scales. The same emblem is emblazoned on your shield, Penelope. Alongside the skeletons of these average mortal creatures, you see the massive bones of a giant and a dragon. All of them are facing south, as if they were looking at the same thing or and amidst the rubble, large mushrooms grow, red caps emitting a gentle red light. And in the center of the room where you stand, you see a familiar pedestal, 3 coins set, the marks on it now emitting a dim purple light.
Does it have the
Can I
same
look south?
celestial writing?
Same writing. If you look south, again, you just see sort of devastation, wreckage. The walls are damaged, but still completely there. Like stone has cracked, stone has fallen. And this starts to feel almost impossible with the amount of stonework that is there. Like there's too much that's fallen to still have walls.
Its map is gorgeous, by the way, Galway.
Yeah, this is. I love the colors. Grahio feels a lot at ease now. Obviously, he's surrounded by things he's familiar with. So familiar that the only thing he's not really familiar with is the dragon, and so Grahio's gonna go over to the dragon and cast Speak with the Dead. Just posted that in chat. I grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of my choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions I pose. It lasts for 10 minutes. It must still have a mouth and can't be undead. Hey, Galway, is it undead?
It's more the next line. and I will allow you to consider this before you try to cast the spell. The spell fails if the corpse was the target of this. Sorry, I thought it said if it hadn't died within the last 10 days. I'm like, it's skeletal. It hadn't died within the last 10 days.
If the target was of the spell within the last 10 days, until the spell ends, I can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, which I would be used to. And the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if I am hostile or it recognizes me as an enemy.
Okay, so it's
Do
not
you
compelled.
speak Draconic?
Yeah, I speak Draconic.
Okay, just double checking.
You see the bones sort of stir and crack and move slightly. And as they do, and it shifts, you can see emblazoned, or not emblazoned, you can see in the center of its skull, a small golden medallion. And it will sort of look at you. Speak.
Hello, Mr. Dragon. I should not assume your gender. You are a dragon. You probably don't even have one. Forgive me. I have 5 questions for you. I don't actually.
What's your gender?
I don't actually have 5 questions. So if you guys could
ask it if we can have that medallion.
There is an object in your skull that I would very much like to retrieve. Can I have it, please?
Ask it if it knows about the object that was sealed within the temple.
Have it you may, though mine it is not to give.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What was the full answer? You may what?
Have it you may, but it is not mine to give.
Interesting.
Did you actually ask its gender?
No, I didn't.
Well, no, it was me.
We have 5 questions, and as much as
The chaos goblin.
If I don't have a more important question to answer, I will ask it its gender, which
okay,
sure.
It was just
Or you could just ask it its pronouns.
ask it how we get it then.
what was what was Minrai's question?
What's the object that the temple was built to hide?
One of the diaries mentioned that there was an object that was sealed. So like they built the library, they ascended the temple, and then they built like a fake temple, right? And they sealed an object within the temple, right? If
Did
I read
it
that
specify it was an object, or could it have been a creature or something too?
object, because they
it's
were
something
know
sealed.
that that's
make sure that it was safe to live near.
we don't know
Okay.
if that's before or after this time though.
Well, yeah. Maybe ask it what year it is.
Dragon, you are very old and wise. What
Oh yeah, it was.
was sealed within this temple? And is he answering in common, or because like
In
I
common.
would be okay? I would have started speaking to him at first in Draconic.
Is he common or draconic? I didn't hear what Golly said.
Common,
Okay.
just hissing because it's a skeletal voice.
Dracommon.
Ayo.
A force of the world itself, sealed here.
Did you say the curse of the world
A
itself
force
was?
of the world itself. I'm just going to include a translation for the Whisper Dragon afterwards. The force of the world itself is sealed here.
I love the idea of the dragon whispering to us, and we're just like, "Can you enunciate more?"
No.
Oh, that was your
I
third
have an
question?
audio processing disorder, so
Yeah, so can you help out the ADHD people here, Dragon? That would be great. Does this strike anything for me before you ask your next question? Like, does this just with my obsession with cataclysm and magic and other things
no,
like that?
but boy, does it sound relevant.
Sure does. My journal's out, and I'm just fucking recording.
I love you smart people, but I am really, really wanting to get that gold medallion out of its head and just get the fuck out of here. Is there...
One more second,
excuse me, I have further questions.
How do we destroy a dragon?
We don't need to.
The force of the world? The thing that's sealed away?
Well, we just need to know how to get... I mean, he said it's not his to give. Is there some way for us to get it?
Yeah, can you ask?
He said that we can have it, but it's not his to give.
Can you ask how can we get it?
Or if we just take it, like, will there be a consequence? Like, I'm thinking we're about to Aladdin this in the Cave of Wonders or whatever.
Diamond in the Ryman in
I would ask first, what kind of force is this that was sealed inside? That's 3 questions.
Yep, that's your third. The one we all fear, but which is our end. The one we all fear, but which is our end.
A force that we all fear and is our end.
The cataclysm itself.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it's the cataclysm itself or something to that effect.
Dysentery.
Okay, I've had that. That's not funny. Okay,
Ooh.
it's fine.
Like, okay.
You've died of dysentery.
But I did actually get dysentery. Anyway,
Scurvy.
Learning new things.
how is the cataclysm sealed within?
Force of this place could not begin to seal the cataclysm. The force of this place could not begin to seal the cataclysm. I think I managed to enunciate into that one.
Yeah,
That was good.
that was good. That was good.
You appreciate that, Dragon?
So I guess we want the last question to be about
Pragmatic.
repercussions of taking the thing, or do we just
Or
want
like-
to find out?
I mean, I feel like the repercussions are going to be the same that they've always been. Like a giant monster is going to come out and start trying to murder ball us.
I mean, or like we try to take this and it's going to be stuck in its skull and we're not going to have a clue what to do. Like, is there like can you give me a step-by-step procedure for the safest and best way to remove this medallion from your head?
Well, I feel like
Maybe
this
it's
thing,
just going to be no. Don't ask it like that.
but this thing knows about the object that's been sealed, right? So it feels like, at least to me, like this would be, and let's say I convey something like this in character too, the wisest thing would be to get its knowledge on how to properly contain the things that is causing these phenomenon, not how to get to the next like step in the puzzle, right? Because like the puzzle we can solve, but like dealing with the ending is what we need to know how to do.
Because we're all sent here in some capacity, or the people who don't work here are sent here in some capacity to figure out what's going on, right?
Yeah. And I assume I got that memo from my backstory.
Yes.
That,
Oh, yes.
yeah.
I mean, the number one priority for all of us here should probably be getting the F out of here before, I mean, like, I get that, like, there's still mysteries to unravel, but like, you can't unravel them with this creature that has arms and is on fire and it is a rat that has tails that grow out of its feet that grow out of its neck.
Is this Meek saying that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I hear what you are saying, and I agree that this is important. I truly do.
I
But
agree.
my number one priority is to stop this magic from happening and to understand what it is. That is why I was sent here. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't escape, but I also
We don't need to understand it. We just
I
need to
have to. You
stop
might
it.
not need to, but I do, and I'm going to stand up just a little bit, and I'm going to say that maybe my needs are just as important as yours,
I'm gonna say
Miss
that
Egg.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that you don't need to understand this.
You're making a choice for 6 people?
I'm not making the
Because-
choice. You can work on getting out of here. I was just going to be paying attention to figuring out the thing.
I know
I'm not
plenty
saying
about
you
magic.
can't get out of here.
That's good. So what are we asking the dragon?
Go now. You seem busy.
I'm not a part of the dragon asking questions, so
Listen, our group is dysfunctional and new, dragon.
Dragon, what are your preferred pronouns?
God.
Him, his. Thank you.
and then you get to exhaust yourself because you've answered.
I was gonna say you're just gonna see the bones sort of collapse down.
Meek walks over and tries to pick up the medallion.
Not only can you not pick up the medallion, you can't pick up the skull.
Your
Meek
arm.
will get out her axe and start busting up the skull. Or attempt to.
It's not gonna work.
Can
Okay,
can we do
If
what
I
we did
open
last
my-
room and just look around?
Sorry, yes, you absolutely can look around. And what were you saying, Tyler?
if I open my knapsack and I try to just start putting the dragon, at least the skull, in the knapsack.
you're killing Galway.
Fuck it, roll a luck die.
Smart.
I feel like my people would want this.
Please be a good roll.
Hey!
You managed to slide this thing up this creature's enormous skull, like get to the very end, and then like just sort of close the flap over where like the skull is separated from the vertebrae just a little bit, and you feel like a
The medallion?
is with the skull inside the bag, presumably.
Try
Can-
dumping the skull out onto the pedestal with the medallion face down so that it's like touching the pedestal in the skull.
With these kinds of bags, I've never seen one. I don't know how they work, but can't you just like think about what you want? Like you were like, here's my sledgehammer, here's my battering ram. Like, can you just be like, here's my golden medallion now that it's in there?
A great question.
While all this is
Great
happening,
question.
just
Would they be-
before they do the medallion in the thing, I want to do a thing. So you can keep talking about this, but I want to be investigating a thing while you're collecting all the stuffs.
I would rule that is now technically an item which is within your bag. The only thing you aren't sure of is whether the medallion can be separated from the skull. Like, it isn't...
Okay.
It's not magical, like, solvent. So that would be the only edge of it. You can definitely get the skull. You could ask for the medallion. You just might get medallion and skull. That would be the downside of that. Rachel, what would you like to do?
Got it.
I would like to investigate this area thoroughly. See if I can see, because I am still, it seems like the people over there have got we're not currently being attacked by things. We still possibly, even though we found a medallion, every other thing has involved a chest of some kind. So I want to see if like there is a chest of import. And I also just like, my main goal is still to see if I can understand what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Can I
also look
assist?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll also be looking for like books and stuff in the area.
Is that the chest?
There's some wreckage over in the lake or the pool area.
I'll
It's an 11.
investigate that.
Is this the chest?
Jeez, 11. That's terrible. I rolled a fumble on the other one.
So it's
My
much
God.
better. 12 for investigation from Meek. You see some Meek. You see some sort of flotsam and debris in the water, and there is a chest, but it's sort of rotted open and hollow. It's sort of more the parts of a chest floating on the water. Penelope, as you look around, the thing that you're struck by
Is an arrow to the head and you're dead.
is a fist. You see the sigil that you are so familiar with. It is the sigil of the convocation on the arms and armor of the people. You see, and it takes you a second to notice it, but you see like snapped wands. Like many of them don't have weapons. They're carrying wands or staves or arcane focuses, so it seems like these were magical individuals. But that's about all you can get. It looks like they fought something and lost.
Can I take some of the just maybe just small things to take back with me to see if they can be investigated or no, back at the convocation? Sure. I would just take, maybe a broken wand and a sigil, something small with a sigil on it.
Yeah, you can do that.
And take it back. Okay.
Blag, with a 23.
Yeah.
So mad you rolled better than me.
I'm looking for any magical thing that Rachel wants.
you bitch.
Well, you might get a mundane but affected by magic thing that Rachel was looking for but didn't get.
Yeah.
You are very accustomed to handling shipments of items and inspecting goods for quality and moving things through. You're looking at the crossbows. You've never seen one like this. The mechanisms in it are significantly finer, smaller, and better made than anything you've ever come across.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just a couple of them lying there. And similarly, as you go through the arms and armor, they are significantly ahead of anything you've seen. And considering who you work for, you've seen the best.
Yeah. Can I pocket like a piece of the mechanisms or the parts that I feel are potentially more advanced? That would be.
Yeah, you could sort of.
And can I do so stealthily so that people don't see me?
Give me a sleight of hand check. That was the thing I was going to ask.
Yeah, I'll do that. Boom. Please be good.
21.
Nice.
Yes.
Could I make a perception check to see, or is it just my passive perception that would have?
It's just your passive because you're not really looking for her to be doing something. I
mean, I would be. She's shady as fuck, and I don't trust her. But
I'm just a secretary.
You're also absorbed in your own investigation.
You're also very mean
secretary.
My passive perception is 10. I wouldn't roll better, so I have a 0. It's physically impossible.
You're able to detach very quickly and cleanly the firing mechanism of this crossbow.
Yeah.
And pocket it. Everything else is kind of too big for you to take. And we return perhaps to the center circle, to Grehio.
I have 2 things that I want to do. One, Grehio has, never seen the skeleton of a dragon before today. He knew that they existed, but this is. He knows that something to kill a dragon has to be quite the foe, and so I think he wants to just kind of get a really kind of. I think he wants to just investigate to see what around him does he think they could have been fighting. What does he think could have toppled all of these mages and, all these fighters and a dragon, and to have just left without a trace? I just kind of want to get a sense if I might be able to glean anything from what's around me.
Sure. I mean, investigation.
With guidance.
Starting at a 23. Nice floor to have.
26.
6. You look around, you do not see any remaining traces as you go over the dragon itself. You do see something with a 26 investigation. on its ribs, over where its heart would, you see very fine slices in the bone, and there is a residue in it that it takes you a moment, but you immediately recognize and pull back from. It is blight. It is the thing that like twists and corrupts the land itself, that produces monstrosities. For this to be left in wounds is very bad.
Oh my Ogma. This is not good, my friends. There is the blight corruption within the skeleton of our beloved male dragon friend. He seems to have been killed with a fine slash or two to the heart. My autopsy skills have given me this pristine insight into this very moment, and
Skeletal autopsy.
a skeletal autopsy. Yes, this is what they said.
Did he stutter?
And
Paige is learning such strange phrases that he can say now.
the fact that the blight is still present within the skeleton does not bode well, and would be in our best interests to vacate the premises as soon as
Finally.
possible. And the second thing I want to do, I mean, kind of would require Page Turner their compliance. Page Turner, I have a clear mind now. I would like to apply some gentle thermal the common tongue is very hard for me. I must apologize.
The common tongue is very hard for me.
Yes, I understand. Another commonality. This is great.
This is great.
I would like to apply heat to the medallion to cause it to expand within the skull and then cool and shrink, and hopefully we can remove. Simple as pie.
To be fair, he hasn't actually managed to... we sort of let everyone else go. He hasn't tried to pull out just the medallion from the bag.
I got something else I want to do before I do that, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So I just want to take a walk over to our giant friend over here. Is there anything on his skull?
There's not. You also notice that the skeletons, or rather, sorry, skeleton. It's good. There's some table on the food. The dragon's skeleton was the only one which wasn't glowing. The giant skeleton is also glowing, like the others.
Interesting. Can I try and bag a holding the giant's head as well?
I am pretty sure there is a volume or a weight restriction on a bag of holding that puppy is going to blow the fuck up if you
skeleton. Yeah. Okay.
You have a portable ram in there, man.
You're
well,
right.
not anymore, because we left it on the floor in the first room.
That's true. Freed up some weight.
All right. Well, in that case, knowing that I am near capacity, I will go back over to yank out the. Well, I'll try to go for just the medallion, but I have a feeling that the skull's going to come with it.
So you try to summon out the medallion, and the skull kind of rolls out of the bag. Though, to be fair, much as I think Meek actually said that The medallion is on the skull's forehead. You might be able to press it down. Like, you might be able to get the medallion to be pressed into the depression just by positioning the skull correctly.
Yeah. That was somebody else. But,
okay.
Yeah, so if it's possible, I want to try to have it, like, have my knapsack, like, have it be half inside so that, like, if
So
we get
just the
touched
medallion sticking out.
So you're trying to, like, touch it and then
Basically,
pull the skull back as soon as you do.
Yeah, because I want to hold on to this thing.
Yeah, okay. Give me a dexterity check. It can be sleight of hand. Sleight of hand if you have proficiency.
My hand, I might.
With guidance, I approve. I approve.
I approve this message.
Sleight of hand, okay, and then guidance.
Yes, you will need the guidance for this one.
Okay. What's that?
9. You touch the medallion to it, and you feel the sort of shimmer of light that's happening again, and you begin trying to, like, claw the skull barrel, not claw, feather the skull back into your bag, but it doesn't seem to be working. It's not that you're losing control of it; it's just kind of sitting where it was. And with that, medallion has touched pedestal.
Oh.
I like this room.
This room looks a lot smaller.
There's a person in it. I don't like that.
You all find
Neither.
yourselves in a small room piled high with papers and texts. In the middle of the room, you see a figure hunched over, and for a moment, you think that you may have discovered another corpse. Until they shift slightly, and you can hear the scratching of quill on paper. There are massive doors set in the wall to the north, with 4 faintly glowing circles upon them. And Paige, in the ground in front of you, is a dragon's skull. Still. Halfway into your bag, but not fully in.
As long as it came with.
What would you all like to do?
Do I recognize the figure at all? I'm thinking in particular of the 2 lost librarians.
As you, their back is kind of to you, but you certainly recognize their robes as being a librarian's robes.
Are they alive?
They said
I think that's
like the sound of
Meek
scratching
asking-
quills.
Yeah. That doesn't I mean... All right, I guess Meek will approach the person. They're facing the table, like,
Away from you, like they're
presumably-
facing
yeah.
north.
Okay. Meek will circle around and kind of approach, but keep a distance and try to see if this person is alive.
They'll sort of see you out of the corner of their eye and like, you are here.
Do I know you?
No, nor I. You, except that I knew you should be here. I do not know if I am making any sense. It has felt like a very long time.
You know what? I appreciate you, but I'm not. If you just turn around, there's a room full of smart people. And I
I'm
think
not on the board.
Oh, sorry.
No, I thought you are. You're in the.
You were just
Yeah.
there we go.
when I copy
Oh, I
pasted
didn't
over, it
see
keeps the relative positions, so it left
Thank
you
you.
too far
Sorry.
to the bottom.
Yes, continue. I'm sorry, Elise. I didn't mean to
So
interrupt.
no, you're good. I just don't think that I don't understand. So if you want to talk to Penelope or Miss Egg, I have this sense that Arthur is very smart, but they would all probably, yeah.
As you're like saying that, I'm just gonna walk up directly behind her and be like, "Hi, I'm Penelope Pearblossom. I'm here to If I have a lot of questions. Do you have a lot of questions too? I might have answers. I hope you have answers. Where is this?
I like that you're just like flying through. Like I might have questions, but they're gonna sort of. It has been very quiet up until this point. Yes.
Do you need water? You sound just kind of scratchy. Hydration, very important.
This one's very nice and thoughtful, so I mean, yes.
No.
Does she smell like perfume?
No, it does not matter. He doesn't.
Sorry, damn.
As this figure turns, Grahio and Arthur, it takes you a second. This looks like researcher Devendal, one of the two figures who had gone missing. If researcher Devendal had spent about 4 years only having the worst day imaginable, just in a row, his face is not aged, but just gaunt and sickly compared to what it should be. His hands and entire body are shaking, just sort of turning to you. And Blag, he does not smell like perfume.
Sorry, he doesn't what?
He does not smell like perfume.
Damn. I spray him with perfume. No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody's triggered looking for flaming skull monsters with arms.
Can I like start looking through the papers on the floor and like everything and like just start like scanning through like what's laying around the room?
Sure, absolutely. Give me an investigation check as you do that. To answer your other question, are in the Library of Souls.
Great,
Not
that's
the
what
building,
I thought. Oh?
but what the building was built to contain.
This is the object.
Devendal.
Met with it, I'm sure. When it touches you, you can feel something of yourself pulled out.
That happened. Yes, I feel brain fog some, but...
That is what the Library of Souls is, you see. It is everything that has ever lived that is connected to it.
And why is it doing things now? Why is now happening?
That is precisely why you are here. Precisely why
True.
I am here. We have come to this moment. Bound to it, I came first because I saw the pattern. And here it has left me. Think and work. And as you're going around the room, Bleg, everything that you find, every book that you tip open, every piece of paper that you turn over, it looks like a handwriting sample. It's the same like graphs straining to be put in place, but they're not fully realized graphs in anything. You maybe can guess bits and pieces of letters, but it's always the same text. Just the books are just pages of the same thing again and again, written in the same trembling hand. And you can sort of see Devendal like, I must, now that you are here,
That's ominous.
I came with the scroll. That was the emblem I found.
We found the other 3.
You did. Very good job. Overcame things that I doubt I could have.
I mostly just stood back and watched and made snarky comments, but yeah.
Sounds like a manager, huh?
You sound like my boss.
I'm learning. Yeah, well, my boss sounds like your boss's boss, so it all checks out.
Weird flex, but okay.
Can I do an insight check on this weird old librarian?
Sure. Incidentally, especially Grehio and Arthur would know, Devendal was not old. And this person doesn't quite seem old, they just seem ruined. 7.
Why?
Devental, why you stay here? There is much to do in the library.
What there is to do for me is this. And he's going to sort of turn back to the desk. And seems like he's focusing just very intensely, finishing writing something. And he's going to sort of like, there. It is the scroll that you will need to open that door. You have the other 3 items if you've managed to make it here. The library itself brought me. Please, each of you must take this. Remember this. More than anything you have ever remembered. Tell others. I do not fully understand the pattern, but I understand that it is what is true. And there's a cat meowing. It's fine. It's a thing that happened. And he's going to sort of push you this piece of paper.
This is all fine and great, but why you speak like this is, and you, young man, you have lots of life ahead of you, and an eventual death. Not today, though. Not today.
As you said the eventual death, Meek like reached for the axe, and then you said not today, and she like put her arms down.
When the paper is pushed forward, it's just one, right?
Yeah, it's 1, and like it's already sort of a pre-designed. It's designed to scroll, to turn, like and roll up, and then it has a clasp to go around it.
Is
I
it
turn to
empty
Meek
'cause
and I'm
next
like,
to her, or-
secure that paper, Meek.
Nah, bro. I'm the one standing there. I would take it.
I would like to, in one motion, do 2 things. Here, my friend, you look starved, and I pull out my cranberries, and I always have my cranberries on me for 2 reasons. 1, I love cranberries. 2, I use them for divination purposes. So I, in a motion of me trying to give him some cranberries, I just happened to spill some on the table, and I am using that and contemplating the question for Ogma, using augury. And the question I'm going to ask Ogma is, should we put the objects in the door? And I obviously, I don't need to say that I'm doing this aloud.
So you think you, but a course of action. So the course of action that you're planning, the course of action you are inquiring on is putting the objects in the door.
Yes, and if this is something we should do.
The response you receive back is wheel.
Good, awesome.
You both are, so Meek and Penelope are both reaching sort of for the scroll.
Because I'm closer, do I get like a...
You're on the other side of them, though. You'd have to reach past the person.
I was facing her and talking to her, though, wasn't I? Like
him.
Sorry, it looks like a lady on my
it's
thing,
a
so I
commoner.
just
They all have the same character
I
model.
know, but I see things and sorry, my brain. Him. Like wasn't he facing and talking to me? Or if it's different, then it's fine. I
No,
just
pretty
had thought
much.
that like
He's gonna sort of pass you, Penelope, the paper because he was essentially trying to hand it to someone. He's gonna say,
okay.
read it. You must all know. Read it.
Just gonna do a quick
All of
divine
us.
sense on this too. Celestial aberration, undead, whatever. Fae.
If that
Bullshit.
doesn't include paper, then no. It's good. It's
I
fine.
mean on the person.
Oh no, that's a human.
Well, I don't know. He's being weird.
Fair. I was like, no, you're fine.
Let's read it. Let's put it on the table and I'll read it together.
I mean,
Yes, this is good. We should all read and do as
Are
it
we-
says.
okay. I just wanted to make sure people were okay with it. I know that I'm a little pushy about some of these things, and I would really like to read it, but
And if you are,
let's put it on the table.
if you
Read
are reading it, in everybody's
I can read it
journals,
out.
and I can.
Or do you want to read it?
I can
That's
go ahead
fine.
and read it out.
I think I'm like my character is going to insist that you put it on the table, like common ground it.
Oh yeah, are you? Because my character's not going to listen to you.
Can I persuasion check?
Can Galway read the paper?
It's pulling out a knife.
going to
after
read the
this.
paper.
Let Galway read it. Cause
Thank you,
like,
Galway.
Yes.
Nope, I pull out a knife.
4
This is
lights.
Wait, do you actually threaten me with
Yes.
a knife?
Yes.
Oh.
Put it on the table. Let's all read it together.
I'll put it on the table, but I'll press my hands around it so I'm still the one that's holding it.
No.
I'm sorry, like your character has been mean to me
Yeah.
all night. I'm not just going to
Oh,
give you
yeah.
access to these things.
You're like a magic. I mean, I'm just saying let's all read it together.
I'm fine, yes, I'm
Like your
saying, but I
character.
want to keep hold of it.
It's
like,
laid
on the
down on the
table, I'll put
table.
it.
Penelope's
Okay,
hands are
fair.
just like
But my
securing
hands
it to
are
the table.
grasping it,
Okay.
securing.
Yeah.
Yes, I just don't want you to get a hold of it because you
Yes.
have not been nice to me all night, and I also
Yes,
have a
that's
job
fair
to
in
do.
character, yes.
The table, the text reads: 4 lights, 8 pillars, 9 orbs. The pillar shakes, the first light dims, and the orb wakes. First is the third, then the 3 wake as one. Lines and shapes blur, the lights fade like a setting sun. The holdfast smolders, hope yet glows. The multimana stir, the threat quietly grows. The last comes next, begins its purge. Heroes arise to contain its urge. In the halls of the wise, the second will arrive. In the wastes of sand, the 6th will land. Gathered together yet on the edge of a knife, look to yourselves, a tear will lose its life.
Heck.
And I'll roll it up and hold it again.
Yeah, I'll let you take it this time.
So Galway, like you know how we have the compendium for Fates of Rin? I feel like we need a compendium for Tyr. Absolutely.
I was going to say, Rachel has seen that it already partially exists.
Sure have.
I have
It wasn't like a warning. If it was like a magical like tool, I probably would have tried to destroy it. But seeing as it's just like a shit's gonna go down and the whole world's gonna explode, I think it's all right to
Go
disseminate.
now. Tell whoever you can. It is not yet done. Cataclysm. Again. Stop it. And he's just going to sort of slump back in his chair, close his eyes.
It's not a good time to ask if you believe that the cataclysm never ended, or is this? Do you just need to rest, or we could just go? It's fine. I'm sorry.
I'm going.
You can just go.
I don't want him to chillax like that. and just stay here. So I'm going to cast command on him. And
Try and pick him up.
the command is just going to be follow.
Cast command for me for a second.
I don't think that's an actual word, but we'll see how it works.
Follow is a word.
It says you can choose kind of like your own.
Yeah,
you can choose your own word. It doesn't have to
you
be
can
one
make
with
your
the
own
word.
word, but that's the word that I would go with. They have to succeed on a wisdom saving throw. I feel like they're like basically almost
It's going
unconscious.
to be like the rats where they don't actually have to make a wisdom saving throw because something's up with them.
Roll a luck die for me.
Damn it.
He's unconscious.
Oh.
He's passed out.
I'll just pick him up.
Meek's like, okay, up you go, buddy.
Well, I would sooner pick him up because he's one of mine.
Can I make sure he's like stable with the healing kit? Like he's not like gonna die or anything?
Yeah, give me a quick med check.
How do I do that?
Medicine.
Like it's a medicine.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. Nailed it.
With the guidance.
Oh yeah, it's 1d4, right?
Good job. Slap. 15.
15. Yeah, that's a checkpoint, right?
He's not wounded in any way. He's just sort of ruinously deteriorated. Above the table, it's as if almost all of his stats have been dropped to near death.
Maybe we need to do a greater restoration on him.
Yeah, like the only thing that I have, like, would Grehio assume that a mass healing word here would be wise?
No. And in fact, Bleg could choose to tell you this or not, but he can't be healed right now. He just sort of needs to maybe rest and recuperate. He's not
get him out of here.
He's not injured. He's not wounded. He's just drained.
Yeah. We need to get him out. I don't think we can take care of him here. He just needs to be not here.
So do we just need to walk through the doors with the scroll, or?
So you go, and he told you to touch the scroll. So there's 4 circles. And if you recall, the medallions had 4 items emblazoned on them.
Yeah.
Very briefly.
What was on the 4th one?
A scroll. It was mounted in a dragon skull, and the emblazoning was of a dragon skull.
Okay, thank you.
There was a scroll on the first one, which was already set when you got there. You now have a scroll. Then the music box, key, and the dragon skull.
So I think that I have the scroll and Paige has the other 3 things. Oh no, the music box is in Egg's possession.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Paige has the other 2.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Devondal.
Yep. So you've sort of got him over a shoulder. You all go forward. You touch the objects to the doors. You hear an enormous sort of creaking, groaning, and the doors open to light. And you all step forward.
For the podcast, everyone nodded yes.
Everyone nodded, yeah.
Very good. I think of. Okay. Arthur and Grehio. You feel yourself sort of being shaken awake. You start. Grehio, Georg is shaking you. Arthur, it's Attendant Overseer Landrum. Between you, the body of, or not corpse, but the body of Researcher Devendal is lying, breathing very shallowly. What happened? Where'd you come from? You reappeared. Just in the antechambers. And you found Researcher Devendal.
That we were here the whole time, here in the library.
Table talk, didn't Landrum, weren't they predicted to have died?
They had also disappeared. This is Georg talking to you. And Landrum's
Georg doesn't talk, though.
Oh. I might have missed that in your backstory.
I was like, Landrum is talking to us, I thought. But yeah, it's okay, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so if Georg doesn't talk, Georg is shaking you awake, and Landrum will... And then, yes, this will be Landrum saying, thank you. I don't know what you did, but thank you for getting us all out of there. I was wandering in just endless hallways. The walls kept reaching for me. I do not know what that place was. It seemed like the library, but I have never been in any place like it. Thank you. Thank you. And
I am not sure that we are entirely responsible for you returning, but you're welcome.
And he's like, what? And he'll look to you, Arthur. But thank you. What happened?
And if I look around, do I see anyone else that I would have expected to come out with us?
You do not see anyone else who was in there with you. You do now see in sort of the antechamber of the library, you see some other librarians coming towards you. It's the library, as opposed to creepy windowless quasi-library.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Grehio's gonna go have a side conversation with Georg. So I will leave this to Arthur.
As Arthur slowly tries to pick himself up from the floor, he'll respond.
Landrum will embrace you and he'll pick you up.
Thank you. I remember some of those hallways you were talking about, or just the room and things coming out of the walls and hands. And I remember we put some things in the floor, and then we were in different places, and I honestly can't really make too much sense of it, but I remember at the end we found Revendal, and he seemed to have gone through the same things as we had, but I'm not entirely sure what that was. I felt like we kept changing places but staying in the same room. So something must have been going on. I could have sworn that more people left there with us through the exact same doors, but looking around, it's just me and Revendal and Grehio. I must be remembering something wrong.
You're not as well. Whatever it is, I am grateful to be. Penelope. You blink your eyes and slowly awake. Light breaking through a room you've been in before. It's the infirmary of the Convocation Arcanum.
Oh.
And you sort of will look over, and one of the knight commanders who had sent you in goes, a squad was sent in, and you came back. What happened?
No one else came back?
No.
Oh, okay. So many questions. Okay, first of all, when, where, and how did you find me?
Sorry, I thought you were ducking out of the scene intentionally. Like I thought you were trying
Oh,
to extricate yourself fully from the scene. That's why I glossed through.
me?
No,
You're
Sam.
muted.
No,
Sam.
no, not exactly, but no, that's what I said. But I was on mute.
Oh, so
Sorry,
I
sorry.
missed something. So
Sam just
yeah.
posted in chat that he was trying to have the
Oh,
conversation with Georg. I thought he was just trying to pull himself out.
Oh, that was the feeling I got too.
Sorry, I misinterpreted that.
Yep.
Let's cut back to that so you can have your conversation with Georg, and then we will continue your scene. Wrap up
Yes.
Penelope.
So as Georg helps me up, we're not in the mortuary, right?
No, you're in like an antechamber of the library.
Georg, you came out of your hovel. I am so proud of you. And he just kind of creaks a little bit. Georg, how are the bodies? What did you tend to them? I certainly hope so, because I had just started applying the tissue support fluid and the embalming agents, and you know how tenuous the process gets. Oh my gosh! I'm just thinking about if I left them for too long. How long was I gone, Georg? And he just nods. That long? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's gonna be so upset with me. Oh goodness! But you've come out. You are clothed. These are great things, Georg. I am so immensely proud of you. We should go celebrate with Tabitha and Sissy and whatever the other one's name is. Yes, this is great. We should celebrate. I shall open a great bottle of the good stuff for you. Thank you so much, Georg. Oh, congratulations. And that's the scene. Thank you.
Just to continue moving towards wrapping up, Penelope, you'll get related to you that it's the same day. They found you essentially where you had entered the library. Like you had sort of gathered in a side room to plan before you headed further in. And you were just slumped over a table.
So I'm gonna guess that I don't. If you didn't find anybody else that went with me, then I don't know what happened to them. I was with a group of other random people. There were two people that worked at the library. There was one very mean woman accompanied by a very nice woman who was also very large, and then a bird who just repeated back everything that we said all the times. There was celestial writing that was in celestial, but I couldn't understand what it said. And we had all of these medallions. There was a music box that I just like tell all of the things. I assume, hopefully, that I still had the items that I'd had in there. So like I pull out the broken wand and the convocation
Sigil.
medallion or sigil, thank you, that I had gotten, and I say I found these on skeletons in the third room that we went into, and they were, I was going to say they were dead, but they were skeletons, so yes, they were dead. And we found skeletons of a dragon and a giant, and these ones were glowing, but they looked like they were from the convocation. At some point we also found a journal that had the writing of somebody who had been sent in the convocation 150 years ago and said that their body had been taken over by something else and that we shouldn't trust it, but I never ran into that person, so I don't know if it's actually a problem. Also, I have this scroll which talks about the end of Tyr, which seems like it might be important, so I thought maybe I should actually work really hard to bring it back to you. And that's about all I have. There's the whole thing with the Temple of Souls is not really the Temple of Souls, and it's a thing, and it's containing another thing, and then there's the force of the world within it, and it's kind of sucking things dry, and all that information. Cat.
Oh, baby.
Gonna see him sort of nod, and he goes, "This is all. What is?" And you hear sort of the door not necessarily get kicked open, but get shoved open. And you see several members of the Convocation Arcanum that you don't recognize sort of enter the room as you turn your head and go, yes, it is important indeed. And it will be very important to the Unity.
This isn't
You
for the
will
Unity.
come with us.
I will not.
Ooh, you were working for the bad guys.
I don't. I'm not part of the Unity.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know you're not.
Yeah, I
sorry.
was like, oh, Rachel was part of the Unity this whole time.
Rachel is anti-Unity. Penelope hates the Unity.
The Convocation Unity is a branch of the or is a group within the Convocation Arcane.
But
Penelope
not
is a
everyone within the
traditionalist.
Convocation Arcanum is in the Unity.
Correct.
I'm a
Squares and
traditionalist.
rectangles.
I will fight. We don't have to play that out,
No.
but I will fight.
Paige,
Yes.
you awake around a campfire outside the bounds of Gold Harbor. And you sort of start awake, and Metheros is gonna put his hand on your shoulder. You are safe. You are safe. You are safe. Are you all right?
All right. I'm gonna take my knapsack. I'm gonna attempt to pull out a dragon skull.
Dragon Skull's gonna sort of like roll partially into the fire. Oh, you've been busy, I see.
I'm going to repeat one of the answers the dragon gave us. Gesture to it.
He, him, his.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
He is, yep.
Good to know. I think we will. Did you find anything out there? Anything? I was trapped in a room. I could not find my way out.
Okay. I'm gonna take out one of my books and just start writing like verbatim what happened to me in each room. And if he's gonna wait long enough, I'll go ahead and tear out the few sheets and give it to him. Just kind of cataloging exactly what happened, describing everyone I was with, that there was someone from the conclave who was there, but that they weren't all bad.
The Convocation? Yeah.
Convocation, yes.
You are the Conclave.
I am the conclave, damn it.
He's gonna sort of nod and when he gets through to the prophecy at the end of it, if you wrote that out as well.
Yes, I would have written.
This seems like this refers to us. And he's gonna sort of not start. This is something strange is happening. We must do more research, and quickly. You are the only one besides myself to have returned. I fear our work outside the doors is not yet done. It's a very nice
Not
dragon
yet
skull.
done.
Can you get it back in the bag? It's going to be inconvenient for one.
Get it back in the bag, and I just start, trying to jam
He's
it
gonna
back
sort of
in
like
there.
help you shove this back in, and sort of
Yep.
like stretch to his full height, and he's like, "All right, let's get moving, little friend." And sort of like looks wistfully like, "Will be a bit longer, Letherial." And then start moving. Egg and Meek. You wake up feeling a rumbling beneath you, And as you sort of blink your eyes, you realize you're in a carriage moving very quickly. Seated across from you, legs folded, is your boss. Innocent, look at you. Conscious?
Yes, ma'am. I immediately like pull out my notebook and
I
like
close my eyes really fast and like pretend like I'm
I'll
so
hand her like her favorite snack and like the rest of the hot chocolate and like like a pack of cards or whatever she likes, and then I'll pull out my notebook and I'll start I'll write like the prophecy at the end using keen mind. I just remember seeing and hearing it all. And then I'll tear out that page and I'll be like, this is the end. I'll have my full report done by the time we get wherever we're headed. And I just start like writing everything down.
Very good. It was indeed worth sending you in.
It seems I failed, though others. Oh my God, where'd the lights go? It seems I failed. Others have seen the same prophecy, and I wasn't able to stop that. I don't know if it matters or not, but what's out there is out there now. We are not the only ones with this knowledge.
And you're going to see your boss smile in a way she rarely does.
Nice.
And in your failure to the Shadow Hand, succeeded in a far more important thing. Are you doing well, Meek? Are you prepared to be free of the Shadow Hand?
With that, Meek sits up really fast and like takes a second to listen. Can she still hear her ancestors?
Not as much.
Yes, yep. I am ready. Thank you.
And you, Egg?
I'll follow you wherever it takes.
Your father is safe. Your families have been arranged for. And with this,
one day I will come back and I will listen to those seals with him once more.
And with this, she's going to very carefully hand you a pair of bells, one for each of you, neither of which produce a ringing. Welcome to the Silent Prison. We have much work. And with that, wrap up.
Cool
We went
beans.
quite long, but I wanted to give your characters all a bit of closure for what had happened, and for the adventures that they might yet have. Thank you all so much for joining us. It has gotten quite late. I appreciate my players indulging this going quite long. This is the nature of one-shots, as I said to Rachel, in regard to work to associate.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had fun. I hope everyone playing had fun. I hope everyone had a good time. Hope it was a little bit spooky at least, as the rat creatures came out of the books. If you enjoyed this, you can follow us here on Twitch, twitch.tv/helpfulgoat. You can use ! Discord in the chat and get a link to join our Discord. Hope you hang out there. And you can check out the archives of all of this on YouTube, or also in the Helpful Goat Presents podcast, wherever you get. For everyone here at Helpful Goat, have a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves. Be well. Be kind. Love you.
Bye, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.